Good morning, welcome along to another week here at the MODUS Super Series. Only 2 places left up for grabs at Champions Week as we enter week 11. And what a week it was on week 10. An interesting story, a 16-year-old sensation taking the title. Here's Henry Deacon with the highlights.
Richard North was one of the standout performers on finals night. As for James Richardson, he lost his games 4-1 and 4-0. Alexander Merck seems to have a habit of making it through to Saturday night. Alex Spellman did so on debut, but again, flattered to deceive. When it went to the semi-finals, Luke Littler got the better of Nathan Gervin 4-3. It was a big stretch at the end that saw him through. As for Richard North, he took no time at all in getting the better of Alexander Merckx.
So he does have 6 darts to book his place there.
Game, shot, and the match.
He completes the job in 15 darts with 117 checkout, an average of 109.31. The only thing we've seen like that was from Scott Taylor. He's going to be as good as Phil Taylor, who knows? But it is Luke Littler who gets it done.
Yeah, Chris Mason was commentating on that on Saturday. We can't start the show without having a little word about Luke Littler. What a talent he is, and I mean, this could just be the beginning of something special. Yeah,
he looks sensational in stages throughout the whole week, and he saved the best to last in the final. 109 plus average, exactly what Scott Taylor produced a couple of months earlier. So he is going to be a big player in Champions Week.
Well, let's have a look at last week by the numbers. Luke Littler, obviously the standout star, the high winning average came in the final. 167 finish from Stephen Johnson. I know he was playing some really good stuff in terms of finishing that week as well. Maybe one to watch for the future here.
Yeah, considering the lack of experience, it's going to be interesting to see what he produces. I'm sure he'll get an invite back. But Littler, yeah, that 107.36 actually came earlier in the week. The best average of the week was 109.31 in the final, but a running average of 86.37 when you consider the amount of games played was, yeah, top standard.
Yeah, brilliant stuff on week 10 then. We move into week 11. Littler taking the 10th spot at Champions Week, as mentioned. Here are the players that are going to be action fighting it out to join him. One of them will go through. The players in action this week. And Group A, which gets underway momentarily, features Kevin Painter, an old stalwart of the Super Series already. Chris Landman, who reached a Pro Tour final at the weekend. And some old favourites in there later in the week as well. Yeah,
Landman was really impressive over the weekend, making that final. I mean, he lost first round on Sunday, but he averaged just shy of 100 in doing so. So even in defeat, he looks in great form. Looking forward to seeing Crabtree back, who made such a big impact on debut here. And yeah, like I say, a few old campaigners in there. Looking forward, as always, to seeing Tony O'Shea and the return of Sean McDonald.
Yeah, you stopped Tony O'Shea getting to Champions Week last time around, didn't you? So you'll just be commentating on it this time. No Mace in Champions Week, apart from on the microphone this time around. But yeah, looking at that field of players, who do you see as the most likely sort of favourite to take the bull by the horns?
I think Landman. The form he showed over the weekend, and like I said, even in defeat, averaging just shy of 100, and his overall running averages are very, very high. He is the standout player of the group in terms of statistics, but that may count for nothing on a big stage.
Let's see what the bookies think then. The Group A outright betting does have Chris Landman as the favourite, as Mace thought he might be. Kevin Painter in second, but there's not that much separating him and Cam Crabtree, and then the players from Germany and Holland seen as outsiders in this group. Yeah, I mean, there may be some value down there in the 8-1 and 9-1, because Landman could make a poor start, and that would all change, and you'd end up with a bit of value. But I totally understand the 11-10. Like I say, when I've dug a little deeper and just sort of crunched his numbers, statistically has the highest running average over the last 12 months of all players. And does that final on the Pro Tour give him a little bit of fear factor for the other players? Absolutely, and also give him massive confidence as well. I mean, that's a huge achievement to make a final of a Pro Tour, and it's all right having confidence and doing it in practice, but when you're actually doing it for real, you then get that real benefit of that confidence. Let's have a look at your selections then. Here's Ace Azaka 4 today. Just talk us through this.
Yeah, just looking at a few handicaps to try and dig out a bit of value. I like Crabtree against De Vrede, minus 1.5, so 4-2 or better. Landman against De Vrede then, and again, that's just basing it on the form of Landman right now, minus 2.5. And then Landman again, who's going to feature heavily, as you can see, minus 1.5 at 8 to 13, pays nearly 9 to 1.
Yeah, we are going to see Chris Landman straight away in action today as well. He takes on Kevin Painter in the opening match. So without further ado, we will get Monday's action underway. Chris is going to head downstairs to join in the commentary box Henry Deacon. Morning, Henry.
Morning, Chris. Morning, everyone. Welcome along to week 11 here at the MODUS Super Series. And it is a week which has got a real European flavour to it. And we begin with a man who made it all the way to a Pro Tour final on Saturday afternoon. Chris Landman, who played some impressive stuff en route before then being deposed by Krzysztof Ratajski by 8 legs to 1 in the final. The 42-year-old from Hatton in the Netherlands takes on the old campaigner Kevin Painter back here at the Super Series. Now 55 years of age, the man from rugby, the former Players' Championship winner, and someone who just keeps making a habit in the World Seniors event of making it through to semi-finals. But it will be all about success in terms of winning this week. That'll be on the agenda for KP. Still yet to win a week here at the Super Series in Portsmouth. We'll be looking to change that fact today. Charlie Courtefine is our referee today, and joining myself in the commentary box throughout the course of the week is Chris Mason. Hello, mate.
Morning, Henry.
100.
Fascinating game to start the day. One thing you know about KP, he will give it absolutely everything.
140.
And he won't fear any of the group. You will have looked at those
100.
Why aren't I favourite?
How's your odds, Kev? Now, just a little bit of a change of the equipment very early on to see from Kevin Painter. It's more of a kite-shaped flight from him compared to what we usually see.
Yeah, I think he's gone for a deeper style of
140
on the barrel and a very unusual flight. I've certainly not seen Kev use those before. They will go through the air very quickly.
54.
So
Christian required 161.
Exaggerated by the time it gets to the board.
Now, Landman first finishing this opening leg, leaving one after 9 darts.
137.
Heavy group favourite, which I suppose when you consider his form at the weekend is as expected. He's actually the favourite from 11 to 10
40.
to 4 to 5.
Christian
One of his experts at the
24.
weekend to go on and win Group A. And he could take the first leg with a
Game
13
shot on the
darter. And
first
that's
leg.
exactly what he
Chris
does.
Landman.
Well, he starts as he means to go on, Chris Landman. He leads 1-0, 13 darter. And that was the kind of standard we saw from him
Second
throughout
leg,
the
it's
course
coming
of
to throw
Saturday.
first. Game
He
on.
was the 2 to 5 favourite for this tie, and well, you can see why.
58.
Are we looking at a case of it's about who can get up to Chris Landman's level as opposed to whether he deviates down?
Yeah, I
59.
think that's well. Someone's going to have to try and halt his confidence by either playing extremely well against him or sort of dragging him into a little bit of a
59.
dogfight and just trying to knock him off of his run of quality.
60.
And like I said, with Murph upstairs, when he did lose yesterday, he averaged nearly a ton.
100.
And as a player, you look at all those numbers and you think, oh, wow, I am playing well.
81.
And of course, a vastly experienced player, Landman.
100.
You actually look at his performance in that Pro Tour on Saturday, a tournament average of 92.80. And if he
43.
replicates those kinds of levels, well, he should go on and win the week. If you actually look at the highest weekly winning average in terms of this series, the highest is 90.23 from Yellow Klassen in week 3.
95.
Yeah, so he's playing at a level way above that and over a longer format.
140. Kevin, you require
Good
89.
response from KP. The kind of shots you think that are going to have to go.
Game shot on the second
Let's
leg.
go.
Kevin
Super.
Painter.
Darts from KP.
Third leg, it's Chris to throw first.
Already
Game
you can
on.
see the massive gap in averages just after a couple of legs.
60.
You almost feel it's one of those that Kevin will have to hang on to his coattails and then pounce at any error.
180.
First of the week won't be our last.
We broke the 2,180 barrier in
100.
last week's action here at the Super Series for the phase. So Kevin with different shaped flights which traject their way through the air.
95.
What does that indicate to you? Is that maybe like maybe the way he's throwing the dart or something along them lines?
Well, it says to me confidence
82.
because they are quite difficult to throw. So you have to, the bigger flight, there's a little bit more stability and they're a little bit more forgiving because they obviously go through the air a little slower. They don't react as much upon release.
137.
But your throw's got to be very clean to use a type of flight like that.
99. Kevin, you require 89.
Well, he got an 89 in the last leg to level proceedings up. If he's going to do it in this leg, well, he's thinking of either treble 14 or the bullseye here. 82 left for Painter. And went treble 14.
If Landman was on
69. Chris, you
much
require
lower finish,
160.
I would have gone the same way, but when he's on such a biggie and it's so early in the week that
41.
I think it'd be
Kevin, you
maybe
require
unlikely.
20.
If you go balling it at 25, you know the 17's then going to give you 3 darts when you return at a double.
No score. Chris, you require 119.
This is for a hole that will feel a bit like a break for Chris Landman.
Game
So
shot
the
on the
one
third
target
leg.
ball is pinned.
Chris Landman.
And that bullseye is getting a bit of a pep in already this week. 2 of the 3 legs that have been won in this match
leg,
have
it's
been
Kevin to
found
throw first.
courtesy of the
Game
middle
on.
of the diddle, which is solving the riddle. And Landman leads 2-1. But look at this for a response from Kev. That's the second consecutive leg in which he has started with a max.
Good signs here from Kevin.
45.
Sometimes get a little disappointed, and after working so hard to create the break-up throw opportunity, to only see that snatched away on a ball finish will
60.
it's like a slap round the face and a kick in the shins.
100.
Which brings me on to the question, how was yesterday?
Yeah.
$85. 55.
We went down to Port Solent and a bit of fun on the MODUS Super Series yacht, and then went for a few shandies and a
122.
Do the bosses know that you've bought a yacht? Well, they do now.
100. Kevin, you require 54.
possible 14 darter to hold.
14.
Just 1 from 5 on the doubles. Double was the bullseye. The smallest target on the board.
59.
Here.
Kevin, you require 40. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Tops is found
Kevin
for 2
Painter.
apiece. It's a couple of legs, 1 in 6 visits for Kevin Painter, but he keeps leaving himself on a finish after 12.
Fifth leg, it's
2
Chris to
from
throw
6
first.
when it comes to the
Game
doubles. Feels like a game that, even though
99.
only 4 legs old, has swung one way then the other.
And it is very much a marathon here on
59.
the MODUS Super Series, especially in Group A. all the players just like to get off to that
60.
winning start just for the mentality of it. I think it's very easy. If you start poorly, you just get bogged down mentally more than anything
100.
Well, this is a great camera angle here where we're going to watch the darts fly into the board. And it'll be interesting to watch the next time Kevin comes to the board here,
134.
just to see the trajectory of those lighter flights go through the air.
'94.
Yeah, very clean. Where with Landerman, you can almost see him sort of the weep and the wibble through the air, and they tend to go a little bit more to
80.
the left. Love a third 180 here. There's two of them.
140. Christian required 128.
KP will be back. That 1 ton plus finish.
112.
119.
Kevin, you
from
require
Landman.
108.
KP repay the favour.
You would have done well to have found the trouble from that point.
41.
First dart was far
Christian
from inviting.
requires
That's the
16.
danger, isn't it?
Game shot on the 5th leg. Chris Landman.
It's the first couple of darts at a double he's missed, but still gets the finish in that turn.
6th leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Kevin will feel like this was a game he could have won. Still may win.
45.
Well, it just felt like, didn't it, for a second that Landman was just hanging on a little bit, and then he takes that finish out, and suddenly
100.
everything's changed, and now the ball's very much in his court.
And it's that body language. You can almost tell what Kevin's
100.
thinking. Where's his heart on his sleeve, of course.
$140.
Just a little nod of the head as if to say, jeez.
83.
But on reflection, irrelevant of what happens here, he looks in good nick. The throw looks good. Only got some
140.
scoring power there with a couple of 140s, a couple of 180s.
And really, when you look at the average that he has at the minute, an 85.02, that's pretty much playing to type
70.
over the last 12
Christian
months of Kevin
required
Painter. Yearly average of
121.
84.66. A checkout percentage of 31.72. It's 33% here, but the game could well be done. It could well be won by
81.
Landman, and he may well do it at the next visit, leaving tops after 12. That's some spurt to the line.
Yeah, so when you do look at that average and the performance, he
105.
is pretty much
Christian required
bang on
40.
his game, 85.
Will Landman be bang on by finding the tens?
Game
To
shot
get a
and the
first
match,
win of
Chris
the week, and the
Landman.
man who made it through all the way to the final on the PDC Pro Tour in Wigan on Saturday gets off to a winning start here in Portsmouth on Monday, doing so with an 87.64 average, 4 out of 8 when it came to the doubles. A solid performance from Painter himself, 85 average, couple of maxes in there as well, 2 from 6 when it came to the finishing. We're expecting a good week this week, and that was a solid enough start. Next up, it is Franz Roch from Germany. He takes on Ian Kontman from the Netherlands. It's an all-European battle after this short break.
So one game down in this 11th week of the third Super Series, and it's a good start for Chris Landman, beating Kevin Painter, who played decent stuff himself. Attention now turning to the Netherlands' Arjen Konterman, taking on Germany's Franz Rutsch, who did play in Series 1, had some competitive stuff, finished fourth in both Groups A and C. Konterman last played in Series 2 here at the MODUS Super Series. The Dutch player has played some Pro Tour stuff before himself as well. A battle between two of the outsiders with the bookies for this group, but a chance for one of them to steal a march and join Chris Landman with a winning start here on Monday. So without further ado, we'll go back to Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much indeed, Chris. Yes, Arjen Konterman against Franz Rutsch. And you mentioned Arjen Konterman as one of the outsiders as far as the bookies are concerned. He could be a player that represents a little bit of value this week, because every single time we see him here at the Super Series, he tends to improve. We've seen him once or twice make the Saturday night final, and I think maybe the next step is to really try and threaten in that particular affair. He takes on Franz Rutsch, his second appearance here at the Super Series. You saw him in Super Series 1 back in September, came close to qualifying for the Saturday night final, and it'll be interesting to see how his game has improved since the last time we've seen him here. As far as what the bookmakers say in this one, Franz Rutsch is
First leg, it's Franz to throw first.
Arjen
Game
Konterman
on.
is an eye-catching 11-10 shot to pick up the points in this one.
Could well be a little bit of value. We don't tend to really
83.
predict anything on day one. We like to have a good look at the players.
45.
Like I say, with the seen a bit of Cam Crabtree at the weekend on the Pro Tour. Produce some steady enough numbers.
26. 100.
Franz's 12 monthly average. Very close to Kevin Painter's 84.61.
68. 180.
A little bit lower than that, but he hits the first 180 of the tie. He's 83.
140.
Last year.
What we're beginning to
100.
gather is what we're going to see a lot of this week, because of the numbers that we've seen from the last 12 months from a lot of players, is a lot of legs won in that 5 and 6 visit region. Something between possibly 13
85.
and 18 will probably be
Iron
enough to
requires
win most
76.
legs.
Absolutely.
Game show on the first leg. Arjen
One of
Konterman.
those legs in the range you speak of. A 15-dart break of throw with a max in there.
Second leg, it's Arjen to throw first. Game on.
As I said, you cannot underestimate the impact of making a positive start. We've seen it in Group
125.
A. A lot of players get bogged down and then they come back for the Group C and find another level. We've seen it last week. That whole reset
140.
mentality you get from starting a fresh group.
Well, Alexander Merckx had that tricky Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He posted even
99.
on social media that he was not happy with the way that he was playing. But sometimes when you have that little bit of a break and you know it's refreshed, and some players do it in different ways. Some do it by hitting the practice
140.
board. Some do it maybe just by going out, having a bit of dinner and forgetting about darts. But if you're playing in this scenario where, except from one player, can be playing in
100.
2 groups this week, you've got to differentiate one from the other.
Yeah, absolutely. You're joining us for the first time. These 6 players will compete over the next 3 days, playing 5 matches each per
135.
day. Winner, or the player on top in terms of the table, 2 points for a win. All matches best of 7 all week.
137. Franz
Winner
require
of this Group
86.
A, straight through to the final. Players in positions 2 and 3 go into Group B, which only has 5 players in it. That's Thursday and Friday night. Top 3 from that group. That's the reward of
70.
finishing near the top of the
required
table,
40.
whilst 4, 5 and 6 are back for Group C, which is a 6-player group, which is played over Thursday and Friday afternoon.
Game shot on the second
That's
leg.
the
Iron
only
Consummate.
the top 2 from there, so a little tougher. Nothing tough here. Back-to-back 15s.
Third leg, it's France to throw first. Game on.
Which is represented in the average of Iron Consummate at the minute, 100.20.
Well, Franz is averaging 98.5 and not had a double.
83.
Is it fair to say the last time we saw Iron Consummate here, we
140.
saw some good stuff, but also bits that were below par?
Yeah, just on debut, it's a different type of
41.
experience. It's just a different type of different mentality. Dart players are so used to that knockout dart.
134.
It's sometimes hard to just switch your brain off and think, all right, it's just a game. You've got to break it down into 5 individual matches.
60.
And when your mentality is you go to a tournament, you get knocked out, you're out, you go home.
134.
This is a stunning performance. He's producing
180. Iron required 93.
best ever average, which is 106.84. Currently, he's averaging
57.
prior to that.
France
visit, he was
required
averaging 108.
137.
He's still on course to get 3 legs done in the space of 5 visits, what we like to call the par for the course. And he's going to get the opportunity again on double
required
18
36.
to open up a 3-0 lead. Long for 9s.
Game shot on the
This is
third
really
leg.
good for
Iron
Iron Consummate. The
Consummate.
double break, a 3-0 lead. Legs won in 15, 15 and 14. Average of just under 102
Fourth
and a
leg, it's
half.
Iron to throw
There's
first.
not much not
Game
to
on.
like from this performance, from this precocious Dutch player.
58.
The ultimate way to start your day here in Group A.
80.
That's a Franz Roach. He's averaging 95 after 3 legs, and he's yet to have a dart at a double.
100.
Probably thinking, I can't remember it being this tough.
26.
Do we have to open up that unlucky bar again if we carry on at this rate?
96.
Welcome along if you're joining us for the first time on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Please subscribe, just hit that button.
83.
Give us a thumbs up. Don't forget to click on that bell and we'll send you a notification every time we go live and when we add new content.
180.
His second, third of the match. Maintaining the 100+ average.
38. Iron requires
And
67.
if you can check out this 67, it will be a ton-topping average, but it goes along to the 16s corridor.
27.
Just thinking about getting the job done, getting the game won.
Well, if he hits tops in one, it will be 100+ average. And if he
96.
just
Iron
60
required
darts to
40.
win this match 4-0.
Game
The double
shot
10 will
and
do the
match.
job,
Iron
and in
Consummate.
emphatic style for Iron Consummate, who had set down a marker for the rest of the field, kicking off with an average of 98.5 to defeat Franz Roach by 4 legs to 0. It was a really good performance there from Consummate, who we're expecting good things from this week, and he sets off in perfect fashion. Coming up after the break, Cam Crabtree, who's also had success on the PDC Pro Tour this weekend. He takes on Ryan de Vrede after this short break.
Well, it has been double Dutch delight so far on Monday morning at the MODUS Super Series, with a good win for Chris Landman over Kevin Painter and an even better victory for his fellow Netherlands native Arjen Konterman, who didn't allow Germany's Frans Roerch a single dart at double as he enjoyed a breakfast bagel this morning. Looking to make it a hat-trick for Holland in the opening encounters is Ryan de Vrede. He takes on Cam Crabtree, who caused a stir on his debut at the MODUS Super Series last time up with a stunning display, enormous average, and has since gone on to do fabulous stuff on the Challenge Tour, hitting a 9-darter and playing some Pro Tour stuff as well. So a more experienced version of Crabtree, looking for consistency on his return to the Super Series. Will he find it, or will Holland get that hat-trick? Let's find out with Henry and Mace.
Thank you, Chris. Tough start to the day, though, for Cam Crabtree. He had a relatively good Q score, did de Vrede, with wins over Klaassen, Proesten, Jacob Taylor, who we've seen put in some stunning performances here at the Super Series. So, ran into Konterman, who we've just seen.
First leg, it's Cam to throw
an
first.
Impressive performance.
Game on.
Was in the quarterfinals of Q School, with Konterman winning that one 6-1.
Well, the question we're going to ask for Cam Crabtree here is, will his first match be as good as the first match of the last time he was here? 115.62 was the average on his debut.
140.
It's part of our MSS Gold packages these days.
Well, we were quite nervous, weren't we, about him just on debut, and a young player who
60
really improved during lockdown, didn't he? He was playing in a lot of the online competitions, and well, what a debut that was.
100.
Should be said it'll be new equipment for Cam Crabtree this week. Recently signed with a new manufacturer since the last time we've seen him here at the Super Series, and I don't know how much time he's had to play with this new equipment. I haven't had a chat with Cam this morning, but when you play with a new equipment from a new manufacturer, I suppose it takes a bit of time to bed in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of the players now are used to the feel of a new dart, sort of straight out the box.
140.
They have this ability to almost shot blast the dart, so it gets that aged feel and look to it, which, as a rule, a player will
140. Cam, you require 61.
A lot of the new type of player can just seem to take a set out of the box and play with them.
Ryan, you require 36. Game shot on the first leg. Ryan de Vrede.
Some start. 13 dart, break of throw. 2 missed.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
When you talk about players of new darts, Alexander Merckx changed his darts to a new set on Thursday, and that's what he accredited his success in Group C to.
Yeah, I think that the players that have the more aggressive
76
type of grip on the barrel, they're the ones that like the fresh feel, because there is that so much more grip. But
100.
the more traditional dart, sort of like the ringed dart, they are quite hard to get used to. But there's a lot going on with the Cam Crabtree.
81.
Crabtree dart.
Hard for a Monday morning.
Yeah, it is. Especially after a Super Sunday, son.
123.
It's the invite in the mail, didn't I?
You
92.
That disgusting thing and working on a Sunday, weren't you? And for nothing.
Well, I did a charity auction yesterday, and I've never done an auction before in my life.
How did it go?
It went okay. There was 150 people in the room, so, you know, some way to start.
Good.
Made a lot of money for Cancer Research UK.
100. Ryan, you require 126. 82.
Well, Cam had a
you
couple
reply
of opportunities on throw in the
152?
first leg to get it wrapped up, and he's going to have to rely on a 1-5-2, which can't be done now to level things up. So for De Vrede back for 44,
Ryan, you require
to double his
44.
lead to make it 2-0. 2/16.
Game
And
shot
so
on the
far,
second
we have
leg.
not-
Ryan De Vrede.
Well, we've seen only 2 legs dropped by Dutch players so far today. A 4-2 win for Landman, a 4-0 win for Konterman, and De Vrede finds himself
Third leg, it's
2-0
Cam
up
to
here
throw first.
against Cam Crabtree.
Game on.
Never know what to expect
96.
on a Monday morning, but the standard so far today has been superb.
100.
Seeing a player here with yet another 100-plus average currently in De Vrede.
140.
Played at the WDF World Championship last year, did De Vrede, and was involved in probably one of the most infamous incidents of that championship. He played a game against Jules Van
140.
Dongen, and, well, he duels with one of his loud walk-ons, and about 5 minutes later, the generator that powers the TV trucks at Lakeside blew up
98.
midway through the first set. And so we didn't see the end of the first set. And so there was an extended break. There was about a 15-minute break at the end of the first set because of the generator issue. And they couldn't refire the generator. As De
180. Can you
Vrede
require
fires on all
167?
cylinders. And they had to finish off the game untelevised because the game was midway through, so they couldn't just postpone the
139.
game
Ryan, you
after one
require
set and carry on
81.
tomorrow. And one of those issues. I know the Premier League had one, didn't they, on finals night?
Yeah. Wants the ball for a 12.
38. Cam, you require 28.
For 13 of his own.
Game shot on the third leg. Cam Crabtree.
Despite the max in there from Ryan.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
And Cam.
Game on.
In 13. Both players now averaging well into the hundreds.
85.
You want to get in touch with us, straight into the comms box. And you're a social media
60.
user at MSS Darts on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. But if you want to get in touch with us via Twitter,
60.
also add Henry's Twitter handle to that.
Yeah, I'm at H_Deacon Media, but you have to put at MSS Darts in your tweet. There's Cam Crabtree.
180.
Piles in his first max of the week.
You got any questions for us? If you know anything about the players or just any darting chit-chat?
97.
If you want to join us here on Saturday night and you understand the old QR
60.
code business, there it is. Henry's favourite little tungsten T-Rex.
Yeah, the Tungsten T-Rex is back, folks. There
21.
it is, in all of its glory. Give it a scan, and even better, you can have a night out of the darts.
Or, like me, if you
177.
www.dartshop.tv, and all the information is there on how to book your ticket to the darts.
180. Cam, you require
Absolutely
24.
stunning darts like we're seeing here.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Well, that
Cam
is another
Crabtree.
13 darters back-to-back for Cam Crabtree. That's what he's got to do to even get any kind of headway in this match.
Fifth leg, it's
2
Cam to
apiece.
throw
He's averaging
first.
106.
Game on.
The Vrede a ton.
This is very special.
81.
I'll do a promise. If we sell out on Saturday night,
85.
I'll find a dinosaur costume somewhere. There we go. That's your challenge, folks. We need to sell this place out.
Well, I'm going to go for a walk this afternoon to every pub in Portsmouth and
43.
guarantee them a few free pints if they come on Saturday night.
So that's the forfeit if you sell the place out on
100.
Saturday night.
Mission accepted.
I may come back to regret this.
97.
Looking at Chris's face, I will. How long do you reckon until Taylor,
140.
our social media guy, tweets that out?
I can almost hear the keyboard getting tapped now.
120.
A little unfortunate. He's still on a finish. Just a bit higher than what it could have been.
$140. Cam, you
Haven't seen
require
any indication that
160.
De Vrede is playing at anywhere near this level up until today.
100. Ryan, you require 36.
Well, this would be for a hat-trick of 13s.
Game
Oh,
shot
the
on the
standard in this game
Ryan
is
De Vrede.
absolutely incredulous. 13, 13, 13. And it's going to be unlucky for one because they've both played superbly in this
Ryan
match.
to throw
And
first.
De Vrede, who went
Game on.
2-0 up, had that lead pegged back, now finds himself in front again and has the darts to seal a 4-2 success.
Yeah, the winning legs in this match. 13 dart breaker throw for Ryan in leg one, backed up with a
100.
17 dart hold, then back-to-back 13s for Cam and a 13 there for Ryan. Don't think we're gonna have to look
177.
too far to pick game of the week. Could well be seeing it here.
I hope we do have to pick out some
57.
contenders of Game of the Week after what we're seeing here, because it means we're going to see a magnificent standard.
$60.
And we did have a feeling, didn't we, before we walked in this commentary box this morning, that
55.
we felt this was a type of group that could feed off each other, and it's most certainly been the case so far.
140.
That dynamic feel to it, didn't it? That potentially we could see some big numbers, and we're seeing big
44.
numbers
Cam, you
here.
require 124.
Could we see a big finish? The 1-2-4. He doesn't have to go the bullseye route if he doesn't want, so he stays up on the 20s.
88.
There's only one guarantee. Vader is going to have to possibly wait until the next leg, because it feels like it's going to be a fourth consecutive 13-dart leg.
135. Cam, you
Fifth
require
in the match.
36. Game shot on the sixth
Wowzers.
leg. Cam Crabtree.
And the 5 of the 6 legs played, they've been won
Seventh
in
and final leg.
13
It's Cam
darts.
to throw first. Game on.
Last time I saw the number 13 so much, it was in a haunted horror movie.
180.
It may well be unlucky for one as Crabtree kicks off Max. It'd be the type of game that would finish on a 9 as well, wouldn't it?
41.
It's going to be a 13, isn't it? He's hit a 9, of course, on the
59.
challenge tour.
Yeah, a lot of people were talking about Cam Crabtree to play here before the 9, and I think when he hit that, that kind of pretty much rubber stamped the fact that he was going to get an invite. It was in the latter end.
58.
No, it was actually the beginning of Series 2, wasn't it? He got the invite here. My apologies. It was towards the end of 2022 that he came here and he hit that
100.
magnificent average. It was against Matt Jackson, wasn't it, I believe?
Yeah. Has made a last 16 on the Pro Tour this year.
57.
Quarter-final on the Dev Tour. Only being edged out 5-4 by
65. Cam, you
Nathan
require
Rafferty.
147. $95. 140.
Some way to pile the pressure on, and so
require
Crabtree
52?
then 52 to sign off an incredible match. And a magnificent
42.
opening display, not to be this time. It may not be at all because De Vrede 110 to get the job done.
Ryan, you require 110.
Comes having a little smile to himself as if to say, how have I missed? Why am I not shaking his hand? Oh dear. All the
78.
quality we've seen, he misses a big number.
Cam, you require 10. Game,
And Cam
shots,
Crabtree
and
seals off
match.
another impressive
Cam Crabtree.
performance. He gets the better of Ryan De Vrede by 4 legs to 3 in a 13-dart contest, pretty much throughout. Crabtree 4-3 winner then, 97.5 the average. And, well, he just seems to find his way at the Super Series of kicking off weeks in magnificent style. It may not have been the 115 that we saw before, but it was ticking above the ton for the most part. So that is the conclusion of our first round of fixtures. Coming up after the break, Kevin Painter up against Franz Roch.
Welcome back to Monday morning's action here at the MODUS Super Series. 3 games down, 3 contrasting clashes as well. Kevin Painter competitive against Chris Landman in the opener, but the Dutchman getting the victory in that one. Arjen Konterman did not allow Franz Roch a dart at double in a 4-0 win in the second game of the day, and then a belter of a battle between Cam Crabtree and Ryan De Vrede, both averaging in 3 figures right up until the end of that match, where Crabtree eventually got over the line for a 4-3 success. So now it's the second outing of the day for both Painter and Roch, looking to pick up some points at the second time of asking. Which way will it go? We will find out in the company of Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Murph. Well, someone's O's got to go, and I mean their O in terms of not having any points, both losing their opening matches. Kevin Painter's been installed. It's an 8-15 favourite, and he was tidy enough in defeat to Landman, but only averaged 85, where Franz, for the vast majority of that match against Arjan, was up in the high 90s, wasn't he? Ended with an 88.05. I'm not sure about those prices, to be honest.
I'm going to tell you something which feels quite laughable.
First
Kevin
leg, it's
Painter's
Kevin to throw
average of
first. Game
85.19
on.
is the lowest that we've seen so far today.
Long may that standard continue. I did like the look of KP.
100.
I also saw plenty of good stuff from this man.
$44.
But they don't get it wrong very often, do they? Even when they get it wrong, they get it right.
Yeah, they did have a
135.
bashing with the Iron Contaman 4-0 win over Franz Rocha. Had him at 11-10 to claim the points in this one. Just
100.
how much soft tip Franz Roach plays, because if you look at the die, it looks very much like one that you'd seen from a player that plays a lot of that type of the sport.
Yeah, where you can interchange the
58.
points. I was just about to say exactly that. They look very much like that style of dart where you can unscrew the point to
100.
put in either the plastic points for soft tip or the steel points for steel tip.
For those who may have never played soft tip
92.
before, when you take the soft tip out, put the steel tip in, will it be a different throw from the barrel though? Will it feel different throwing it into the board?
Yeah, it does affect the balance of the dart, of course. Plastic being a lot lighter than
135.
steel.
Kevin, you require 116.
After this one, we'll pop next door and have a nosy at them.
88. Franz, you require 122.
You could tell that he wanted to leave double 8, but there was no route to the treble bed, so went along for the 16 to find himself on double 14, and because Roach couldn't find the treble 18 with his
54.
second dart
Kevin, you
there,
require
he's going to get a
28.
go at it for a 6-vidder opening leg.
Game show on the first leg. Kevin Painter.
That's exactly what
Second leg,
Kevin
it's
Painter
Franz to
does.
throw
Leads
first.
1-0
Game on.
against the German. I think what we're going to see from Kev this week is steady stuff. Players are going to have to
55.
work around Kevin this week as to whether they're going to attain victories or attain defeats.
Absolutely, he's not the type of player that rolls over and has his belly tickled.
42.
And he's always been that way.
$45.
Never be accused of not giving it absolutely everything. It's the only way he knows how to play.
If anything, I think sometimes the only criticism you able at
25.
Kevin is probably trying too hard.
Yeah, agreed. Great point.
Last time we saw Kevin Painter here at the Super Series, he narrowly missed out on Champions Week. It was
41.
week 10 of the last series, and he lost out in the final to Matt Clark by 4-0. He was the heavy favourite going into that particular finals night. But
140.
at that point, Matt Clark was a bit of an unknown quantity in terms of this competition. And now, well, when you actually look at it further down the line, now he's made back-to-back Champions Weeks. It's a defeat that may not
100.
feel as bad as perhaps it would have felt at the time for Kevin, who was the favourite going into that final.
And I think it was one of those situations where Matt Clark thought he was out, didn't he?
140.
And Kevin very much felt like, well, why did you play that well against me?
It was that infamous game with Colin Monk.
100.
He
Kevin,
didn't
you
know he was
require
through.
154.
Colin Monk was sat on a double. Clark was 3-0 up. He had to win 4-0, and he took out a 1-5-6. And Super Series history has changed from that
58.
point.
Franz, you require 160.
You could call it the infamous incident of Colin Monk at the night time.
60. Kevin, you require 96.
Series 1 was won by Conan Whitehead, of course. Raymond Smith winning Series 2.
$78. Franz, you require
Due
100.
back at some stage, isn't he?
Must be. I think he played early on, didn't he, in this phase? Was it week 1 or week 2? He played early on in the year, didn't he? January,
80.
February time.
Yeah, I think he just played Thursday and Friday, didn't he?
Yeah, I don't actually know the lineup for next week yet, as Painter goes down for the double 2.
14.
Doesn't find it.
Franz, you require 60.
Well, I know a couple of the players that are playing next week, but I don't know the full lineup. The couple of players that are, the 3 players I do know that are playing are players that really are going to excite you.
20.
No.
Kevin, you require
Matt
4.
is due next week. Playing on a Thursday and Friday.
Game shot on the second leg. Kevin Painter.
Well, this legless phase for Franz continues.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Matthew is off to Iceland this week. His first competitive darts in
42.
quite some time, so we wish him all the best.
We should say the country, not the supermarket.
Yeah.
60.
Are they still around, Iceland? Yeah.
Yeah. You can get plenty of frozen goods in there. I'm sitting next to a man who likes his fine
100.
dining, so I shouldn't really be...
I don't eat frozen food, mate. Nothing processed, nothing frozen.
60.
Apart from ice cream.
Well, who doesn't like a bit of ice cream?
85.
There's another tease as to next week. We will see a player who played in the last Champions Week there, is all I'm going to say.
125. $140.
Left arm of Kevin is his daughter, Madison.
$41. Kevin, you require 134.
I'm on his side. 14 for top.
94.
And if you head over
24.
to the MODUS
Kevin, you
Super
require
Series
40.
Twitter, you will see a wonderful picture of our
Game
very own
shot on the
Henry
third
in a
leg. Kevin Painter.
dinosaur suit.
Fourth leg, it's Franz to throw first. Game on.
Is that our tailor doing that?
Yes, yes it is. He's sent me a WhatsApp just with crying laughter.
121.
There's,
60.
there's a company tweet somewhere. Looking forward to seeing that. I've got my tickets. There's 8 of us attending for my birthday. But it has to be
100.
sold out to capacity for that to happen. You have to sell 100 tickets.
180.
A dart like that will be a ticket seller.
Real concern for France.
100.
His leg difference potentially could go down to -8.
Well, last time I saw someone this legless at 10:30 on a Monday morning, it was a bank holiday at Spoons.
91.
Quite sure what's happened there.
95. Kevin, you require 170.
This would be one way to win it. It's not going to happen now.
50. Franz, you require 85.
To get its first leg of the day on the board, it's going to be 2 darts at tops.
45.
They may well be the last darts he throws
Kevin,
in this match. Painter,
120.
Shanghai to get it done.
Single. Oh, can't finish. That leaves 105. Can't be done in 2.
$60. Franz, you require 40. Game
And
shot
Franz
on the
Roach
fourth
is
leg.
on the
Franz
board
Roach.
for the day. The longer that drought went on, the worse things would have got, and now he can settle into
Fifth leg,
proceedings
it's
here
Kevin to throw
at
first.
the Super
Game
Series.
on.
But it is Painter with the darts in his hand to get the job done to claim his
100.
first win of the day. Averaged 85.19, couple of maxes, 33% on his doubles and a 4-2 defeat to Chris Landman, who we're going to see up next against one of the standout performers of the day.
180.
Ryan de Vrede.
Follows up his first leg of the match with his first
58.
max.
$96. $60. $85.
Well, possibly the screw may change in this game because Franz Roach is improving here. Left himself on a finish after 9.
140.
Painter
Franz
needed that
required
last job to leave
140.
himself on a finish. And so Roach 140 for the breaker throw and to bring it back to 3-2. And then we would see a turn of the tide in this particular
45.
match.
Kevin, you require 143.
Franz has left himself plenty to do on 95. Interesting to see
55.
his
Franz
choice,
required
whether he's going to
95.
go aggressive or go safe at the ball. Leaves 77. Wow, yeah.
63.
Raised his
Kevin, you
eyebrows there
require 88.
for the match. Should get a dart at the ball.
Along for the 18s. And it is going to be that dart at the ball. There was no other option as far as Painter was
63.
concerned.
Franz, you
And he
require
wasn't far
32.
away. And so this is to return the game back to throw. Top corner, what can he find?
Not a lot going to the right, so he will pick the top corner.
16. Kevin, you require 25.
7 missed darts at double for the German, and Painter now with double 8. His faithful friend when it
Game,
comes to the
shots,
doubles
and the match.
comes to his
Kevin
aid to seal a
Painter.
4-1 win against Franz Roach. An 81.5 average, 4 out of 10 when it came to the doubles. It was more than enough for Kevin Painter there to get the job done. And so Painter on the board, getting his first points of the group. Coming up after the break, it's an all-Dutch battle that promises to excite as we see Chris Landman in action up against Ryan de Vrede, and that's coming up after this short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
This is indeed the MODUS Super Series, and tickets for Saturday night are available, as always, via dartshop.tv. Come and see who makes it through to Champions Week. Absolutely free, the tickets, but for a very small booking fee, and I believe you might even get to see Henry Deacon in a dinosaur costume. Not sure what on earth's going on there, but our very own Tungsten T-Rex is on hand to guide you through this next match. It's the first of our all-Dutch duels today, and it features Chris Landman and Ryan de Vrede. Landman, who won his opener, and de Vrede, who missed out in a great game against Cam Crabtree, despite having a higher average than Landman and hitting more 180s than him in that one. But the points are in the bag for Landman. Will he pull further clear than his fellow Dutchman, or can de Vrede get some of his own? Let's find out. Over to Henry and Mace.
Thanks, Murph. Interestingly, Landman using a 21-gram Sean Greatbatch dart. Player is sadly no longer with us. And of course, Sean Greatbatch hit the first ever live televised 9-darter. People often get that confused and think it's Phil Taylor, but Phil's was the first one on British television. John Lowe's wasn't live, it was pre-recorded all the way back in 1984.
First leg, it's
the
right
one
to
hit
throw
by Paul Lim at
first.
the
Game on.
Lakeside. Still the only one hit at that particular venue in a World Championship match.
Yeah, that's staggering, isn't it?
Had some scares over the years. Martin Adams came within the width of a wire against our Coventry colleague Glenn Durrant.
180.
And to finish off a 9-dart leg, you have to start with a max. And that's exactly what
95.
de Vrede has done here. And it would have been the perfect Coventry symmetry if we talked about a 9 and he hit a 9.
100. $140.
Of course, at the last Lakeside in 2022, the first under the WDF's stewardship.
57.
Richard Veenstra missed double 12 to win the match of a 9 against Brian Roman, the Belgian,
60. Brian,
who I know will be tuning into this and be
164.
thinking, thanks for the reminder once again.
Fine player is Roman. Really impressed with him when we had him down at Southampton.
59.
Yeah, friend of the show is Brian.
100.
Richard
Brian, you
Veenstra
require
here just before he got his
105.
tool
Yes.
card.
And Adam Warner, wasn't it? Well, so many of them who had played a lot of the
49.
Super Series
Christian
darts
require
went on to
106.
get tour cards, not just this year, but last year as well.
Game shot on the first leg. Chris Landman.
Was chasing all the way down in that leg against the throw, but pops the time
Second leg,
plus.
it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Yeah,
100.
Another myth, really. It's always been the WDF World Championships. It was just promoted and run by the British Darts Organisation as it was then.
180.
Second straight leg that he's kicked off with a max de Vrede.
Threatening the 9.
40.
He's just teasing us.
The WDF World Championship
100.
December this year, isn't it? Very few of our players this week are are actually in that tournament.
Yeah,
100.
5 players who will be participating at that tournament at the end of the year. Will be playing this week. Luke Littler, who won last week, is going to be at Lakeside, one of the poster boys for that event. Yetta Clatton, who's part of Champions League, will be
41.
playing there at the end of November, start of December. It's the week after the Players' Championship finals.
Yep.
36.
Iron Continent Chris Landman, who I think is going to have a great chance of winning that tournament. Mike Gillett, Sean McDonald and Kai Fan Lung all participating in that tournament. Antonio Shea will be at the Lakeside. He's maybe not playing,
60.
but you'd imagine he's going to be there in some kind of broadcast capacity.
Yep. Sure will be.
180. Ryan, you require 120.
3 180s in 2 legs. Oh, that's in. Tops. Back-to-back ton plus finishes.
100. Chris, you require 45.
45 for Landman for a 2-0 lead. Tops.
5. Ryan, you require 20. Game shot on the
straight
second
back.
leg. Ryan de Vrede. Third leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Tony will be playing here this week at the Super
Yep.
Series.
Looking forward to seeing Tony. Not seen him for a while.
100.
Sure he's forgiven me by now.
I was going to say, the last time you saw Tony, you robbed him of £5 grand.
100.
They're always great spending time with
100.
Tony. You can easily waste a day away in Tony's company. I had the pleasure of working at that Lakeside tournament last year, and every single night after the session, it'd be a table, me, Tony, John Rawling, Murph was there as well, Charlie Cortefee, a couple of the
60.
officials, and we'd just chat away for hours long into the night.
Yeah, when I worked there a few years ago, it was the
180.
same me, Tony, Darryl, John, just chewing the fat and going back over history and
41.
great stories
Christian
from
require
Tony.
86.
Elected to
54.
set up with De Vrede back on 200, and the Dutch players are the best for that type of thing, laying up numerically probably the best players in the world in terms of counting.
83. Christian required 32. Game shot on the third leg. Chris Landman.
Another really good standard.
Fourth leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
2 from 5 on the doubles, a 106 finish, a couple of 180s.
100.
He is already looking like the man to beat.
And it's not just what he's throwing, it's around what he's throwing.
60.
He has this air of authority upon that stage. He has an aura about him.
And he's a no-nonsense player. Gets on with it, doesn't he? Lovely rhythm to his throw.
100.
Cam Crabtree match, because that'll be played at some speed.
85.
That's coming up, match number 12. That could be over in
100.
less than 10 minutes if it goes all 7 legs.
Matt again, Yetta Clatton hold that record.
60.
Fastest 7-leg match. Got it done in about 8.5 minutes. But you've added in the fact that about a minute of that game would have been postponed because you have the 10-second clock between the legs. Effectively, they got it done in 7.
59. Christian required 156. 140.
Perfect setup play.
Two 16s, 4 16. Actually be his worst leg one of the match.
Game shot on the fourth
But if your
leg.
worst
Chris
leg one in a
Landman.
match is done with the first dart of a sixth visit, then you're doing something quite good. Chris Landman is good. He leads
Fifth leg, it's
3-1.
Ryan to throw first.
93 and a
Game
half
on.
is his average in this particular match. And it doesn't really stray too far away from what we saw from him at the Players' Championship on Saturday when he got to the final. A tournament average of
45.
92.8. That was spread across 7 matches and 67 legs.
60.
Well, if he can maintain that kind of level this week, he's going to go very close.
In terms of checkouts as well, he was
81.
43% over the course of those 67 legs.
100.
Which means even if he has a leg where the scores may not be there, he may well punish you if you fail to convert on the outer ring.
100.
And it's pretty much what he's showing us here. 92.35 the average, couple of maxes in there. And when it comes to
41.
finishing legs off, it's 3 out of 6, 60% on the doubles, including that 106 high out.
And he was 50% in his first match, 4 from 8.
65.
Basically, if he has 3 darts at a double in a leg, don't expect to come back.
100. 84. 50. Ryan, you require 126.
To close the gap to just the one leg. Trouble for the ball.
$58. Chris, you require 150.
I highly doubt he's going to go 3 bullseyes here. He's not. It was worth at least having a think and a flirt
110.
about. Anyway, 68. This
Ryan
is now
requires
a Hail
68.
Mary for De Vrede. Because if this doesn't go, you expect Landman to land tops. It's going to be 1 dart at double 16.
52.
And it didn't really scare
Chris,
it.
you require
Long way
40.
Tops for Landman.
Game,
Continue
shots,
this
and the
run,
match.
and he gets
Chris
it done.
Landman.
4-1 with an average over 90. Couple of 180s, 106 checkout in the opening leg of the contest. Another very, very tidy performance, doubling even better in his first match. 4 out of 7, 57%. Right, when we come back, it's Arjan against Cam.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on this Monday morning, and it's been a very, very decent start to the week's action. Chris Landman winning both of his opening two matches after that 4-1 victory over Ryan de Vrede before the break, and now two players have won their opening matches looking to follow suit. Both players played really well in those games as well. Arjen Konterman averaging 98.56 in a whitewash win over Franz Roach, and Cam Crabtree averaging just a shade under that 97.5 in his hard-fought victory over de Vrede. Every single match has seen both players hit at least 180 so far today. Standard very good. It's all warming up very nicely, and Chris Mason and Henry Deacon continue to guide you through each dart.
Thank you very much, Chris. Very much looking forward to this, and we're wondering what Cam Crabtree can provide after mustering up a brilliant debut performance once again here at the Live Lounge. He averaged 97.5 in that 4-3 success against de Vrede, and what was, well, the game of the session so far, that is for sure. And these are the kinds of standards which he's continuing to live up to time after time after time. Even in his Pro Tour defeat on Saturday against Rob Cross, it was a 90.5 average for Crabtree, but it was a 90.5 average that in the end he would actually be unhappy to settle with, because he kicked off the game. He went 3-1 up against Cross with legs of 15, 14 and 12.
To throw
Then
first.
towards the latter end of the game, he opened up a 4-2 lead before Cross then rattled off 4 legs in a row and then just kind of decreased from that point. So we know what he's capable of, but could that be an indication of maybe the consistency he needs to muster throughout the course of a day?
Yeah, quite possibly. And you got to take into account as well, he's playing a
96.
big name in the world of darts, and that will also have its own effect. Sometimes positive, sometimes negative.
140.
One of these two will join Landman on 4 points and start to set
45.
the early pace.
43.
Before the off, in this particular contest, Konterman once again 11-10 with the bookmakers. Cam Crabtree the 4-6 on favour, but that Konterman 11-10 in the previous match against Franz Roach was, well, that was made to look quite
94.
ridiculous, really, wasn't it? 4-0 success for Konterman, averaging 98.56. So both players coming into this game on the back of incredibly good opening performances.
Yeah,
42.
great to settle any
And you require 124.
early nerves as well. And he won't be going 14. Went for the treble 8 for
84.
tops, leaves tops after just 5 visits.
92. And you require 40.
Well, we said we didn't think we'd see much above the 6 visit
Game
range,
shot on the
and we're
first
not
leg.
going to in this
Iron
leg either.
Konterman.
Iron Konterman opens up a 1-0 lead against Cam Crabtree in this particular encounter.
Second leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on. $96. 60. 180. 180.
Right, it's a max fest now. It's festering up quite nicely.
$55.
Great use of the 25 there to leave 170.
91. Cam, you require
Both on it.
170.
After 9. There's one. There's the other. Can he hit the bullseye?
127. Iron, you require
Well, Cam's shown you
170.
part of the way, Iron. Can you complete the trick? Find the fish. There's one. There's two. Oh, this would hurt. Oh, that would have hurt.
145.
And he wasn't
Can
too
you
far
require
away, and you
43?
could see it from his facial expression.
Certainly a lot closer.
Game show on the second leg.
Cam Crabtree, but it is a 14-dart hold. One missed at the ball for the 170. And
Third leg,
2-0.
it's signed to throw first.
Well, we spoke
Game
about
on.
the fact that we thought the standard be between 5 and 6 visits a leg. The worst leg so far today is 22. We've only had one leg go above 7 visits
96.
in a leg. And in fact, over the course of the day, we've only had about 3 that have gone above the 6 range.
Yep. Yeah, the standard is high.
58.
And as we've seen many times, these Group A's just tend to get better.
140.
At this level now, where will it be tomorrow and Wednesday? And at the moment, there's added pressure
99.
because got players now jostling or starting to jostle for position.
60.
When you look at this from the standpoint of whoever drops into those 4th, 5th and 6th spots in Group C are going to label themselves as heavy favourites against the rest of the field.
60.
Intrigued to see how Kai Fan Lung gets on this week. It's been a little while since we've seen him here. We've
60.
seen some really good stuff, but there may be a few bits which have just dragged a little bit below par.
Yeah, but he has been doing bits, and of course now living in the
60.
UK, he's
And you require
gonna improve 'cause he'll be playing
145.
darts at a much higher level.
I think that's the difference with players like Kai Fan Lung, where there is an
91.
actual talent there, but when you're living in parts of the world where maybe the standard as of yet isn't quite up to what it's like in the UK and Europe, that you have to come over
100.
here and then
And you
learn how to
require 54.
compete game out of that level.
Yeah, well, if you don't, you soon get swallowed up.
Game shot on the third leg. Iron Consummon.
Been only one dart at the ball for a breaker
Fourth
throw.
leg, it's Cam to throw first.
match so
Game
far.
on.
Apart from that, it's been relatively comfortable holds.
81.
And if you want to see more darts like this, you can be
59.
here on Saturday night, and you do it by scanning the Tungsten T-Rex.
Give that a scan.
99.
All the information there is how you book your tickets. We're on London Road in the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Plenty to do around
98.
here. A couple of local hotels as well if you want to make a weekend of it. Doors open at around 6:30. Play gets underway at 7:30.
140.
And if you're lucky enough, you might see some fancy dress costumes on Saturday night.
60.
We're doing a lot more as well for the fan engagement and the fan experience as well. There's some
105.
really good ideas.
Yeah, there's going to be some opportunities to get on that stage yourself.
100. Cam, you require
If you don't have
76.
the ability to scan that QR code, just head over to www.dartshop.tv.
Game shot on the
Not
fourth
only
leg.
ticket
Cam
information for
Crabtree.
here, but also many exhibitions and the World Seniors Masters in June.
Fifth leg, it's signed to
in
throw
Yeovil.
first.
Tickets are
Game
available
on.
for that.
Yeah, great tournament where you can see some legends of the game, some of the best players over the age of 50, and Chris Mason.
135.
Stole my line, Henry. Thanks.
What does it say about great minds?
Absolutely.
One 140. One 140. 180.
We're just sitting here in this commentary box and just marvelling over the excellence. I hope you are wherever you're tuning into us from.
125.
Because this is
46.
a super standard. This is crazy stuff. For 12.
Game shot on the fifth
for
leg.
3-2.
Iron Continent.
And Iron Continent so far today posted a 98.56 average and a 4-0 drubbing of Fans Roch, and now it's 3-2 up on Cam Crabtree, averaging 99.83. As for Crabtree, he's averaging 97.5 for his first match and 95.25 for the second. This is up there with one of the best
42.
starts of Group A that I can ever remember in this tournament.
Agreed. I am so impressed with this fella.
180.
And we need that
58
thing and another. Just press a button and pop that up on the screen.
93.
But if he continues doing it and then they stay there and then they stay there, he'll be going up, down, up, down, up, down.
100.
Okie dokie. He's got control of the leg in the match here. It's in his hands.
96.
He's left another one of the showbiz finishes, the 1-3-2. Never tire of seeing those hit.
44. Iron you require 132.
Sensibly. Ooh. Aggressive.
104.
104 to leave 28. It's not far off his average.
140.
Well, these are 140 Crabtree just to
28.
apply pressure if this doesn't go.
Game,
but what sort of
shots,
question
and
is
the
that?
match.
Because
Iron
Iron
Continent.
Continent continues to impress. He gets better, averaging 102.33 in a 4-2 success against Cam Crabtree, who averaged a shade under 92 himself. The standard that is being set here today is something very special indeed. 3 maximums for Continent, 4 out of 6 when it came to the finishing. It's going to be very hard to budge. And we've already reached a point in the day where Chris Mason's got to go up to the balcony. 6 matches done in the flash of an eye. We have seen some fantastic stuff for him to reflect upon after this short break, where afterwards we are going to see Kevin Painter in action against Ryan de Vrede.
Welcome back. What a start to today's action here at the MODUS Super Series. We'll take a look at the Group A table after all of the players have played a couple of games. Arjen Konterman leading the way, and Chris Mason, you did say early on he might represent a little bit of value. He's proving you right so far. Yeah, he's been stunning, hasn't he? Well, it was Landman that sort of came out of the blocks and put down a bit of a marker, and he's just taken it to another level. That was a stunning performance. Finished off the match in just 25 darts in the final 2 legs, a 13 and a 12, giving Crabtree little to no opportunity at all. Yeah, he's been decent as well. Kevin Painter competitive, Landman, couple of wins. Ryan de Vrede, though, might feel a little bit hard done by not to have any points. Yeah, for sure. And Franz just hasn't got going yet. I mean, he played very well in the opening few legs of that match, but since then he's not been offered up too much, has he? Yeah, he's one of 3 Dutch players, Ryan de Vrede, in the group this week, debuting from the Netherlands. And we're just going to take a little look now at all of the Dutch players that have competed here at the MODUS Super Series, because there's some interesting stuff going on. As with all the players at the Super Series, often go on to do brilliant things, but there's some names that really stand out there. One of them playing this week, Chris Landman, of course, reaching a Pro Tour final. The other one for me, the man above him on that list, Barry Van Peer, playing some very, very good stuff of late. Yeah, he's without doubt gonna get his tour card at some stage. I've been super impressed, especially what he's come through, having suffered so badly with dartitis. He just looks a completely different player, and so many of those names on there have gone on to get tour cards, of course. Yeah, Richard Veenstra already established, but you look at Rulos, Van Tripe and Van Veen, surely this was a platform for them to go and achieve that professional status. Yeah, and when you actually speak to them and you ask them about their experience, they often do look back at this and say this was sort of the catalyst for their improvement and their improvement on their standard to go on and get that tour card. And especially Van Veen, look what he's doing now on the Pro Tour. He's absolutely flying. And all of them pretty speedy as well. Dutch darters just seem to be maybe one of the reasons why we're flying through today's action. Yeah, they just love to play at a pace, don't they? And it just makes it more exciting. It's just more watchable when it's quick. Well, let's continue to fly through at a speedy pace. Kevin Painter back in action now. He takes on Ryan de Vrede. Macy's going to head down and join Henry.
And he better be quick, otherwise we might miss the first couple of legs in his company, because we have gone through the games, haven't we, so far here today. We've seen some fantastic stuff at the MODUS Super Series, and of 12 recorded averages so far today, only 1 has dropped below the 80 mark. Kevin Painter won 1, lost 1 for his day thus far at the Super Series. As for de Vrede, he's lost both of his opening matches, but the first one he averaged 95 against Karen Crabtree, deviated to an 80 against Chris Landman, but Landman was kind of submitting him towards the end of that particular contest. The 30-year-old from The Hague in the Netherlands.
Only good players. Kevin to throw first.
Throw from The Hague in the Netherlands, up against Painter, the artist, who I think it's fair to say of all the players we mentioned in the last game, we just know what to expect from Kev.
100.
He's been a wonderful player over the years. World Championship finalist in that absolute epic with Phil Taylor at the Tavern.
140.
And of course, fulfilled all that potential by winning the Players' Championship back in 2011.
100.
Morning, Mark.
Yeah.
$85.
So a winner in 2002 of the Bob Anderson Classic.
180.
Former Premier League player as well.
100. Kevin, you require 121.
Made the quarterfinals of the Grand Slam as well on 3 occasions, 2007, 2009 and 2012.
52. $45. Kevin, you require 69.
In terms of the odds, Kevin was a big favourite here, 1-2. Ryan, 6-4.
29. Ryan, you require 131.
Tops.
111. Kevin, you require
Pressure
40.
on this top set for Painter.
Yeah, it's got a different look to it now, hasn't it? You can see it's a real aggressive
Game shot on the first
grip
leg.
on
Kevin Painter.
Kevin Painter dart. I thought it was a lovely touch in the seniors as well, wearing the
Second leg, it's
Eric
Ryan to
Bristow
throw first.
tribute shirt.
Game on.
Good pals with Eric.
60.
And you feel like he's edging closer towards that elusive seniors TV title. It wasn't to be at the Champion of Champions event. He lost out to
97.
David Cameron in Blackpool. But if you look at his attempts in 2022 in seniors TV darts, well, he's made back-to-back World Seniors semi-finals, made the semi-finals of the match play. And the one
140.
tournament he didn't make the semi-finals of, he actually lost out to the eventual champion, David Cameron, in that particular affair. So he's very much eking closer towards success on that particular tour, and that's his route in darts. It's the World Seniors and trying to be successful here at the Super Series.
38.
Yeah, still very, very popular on the exhibition circuit. Does lots and lots of shows. Still absolutely loves his darts, and yeah, I don't think
100.
it's a case if he manages to get one of those senior titles. I think it's a case of when. Although it's starting to get
43.
tougher and tougher already, aren't we? Seeing the bar being raised, the some of the averages from the seniors events this weekend were absolutely outstanding. Plenty of 100+
60.
averages, loads in the high 90s. They announced the final four, didn't they, for the Masters?
Yeah, good to see Mark McGeaney qualify for one of those events.
100.
Played some good
Kevin,
stuff
you
at the
require
minute.
151.
Conor McGarry's in there, isn't he? He's qualified via the ranking.
131. Ryan, you
Tell you, the
require
full lineup
120.
in the next leg as the Vreda wants 120. Famously had a Robin Hood with this outshot at the leg side back in 2016. But he's looking to climb up the ladder to the top rung. When he wasn't far away.
Kevin, you
Kev was
require
nodding that almost in
20.
approval of the fact that he expected the tops to go in. But it's tens for him to break the throw and open up a 2-0 lead.
Game
And
shot on
that's
the
exactly
second
what he
leg.
does.
Kevin Painter.
So Painter opening up a 2-0 lead. The Vreda having that one dart at tops on the back of a 120 combination. That's all he's had so far in terms of attempts at double. But here's the lineup then for the World Seniors Masters. This is taking place at the back end of June. It's going to feature this man, Kevin Painter.
85.
David Cameron is looking to defend the title, which he won at the Lakeside in May last year. And he's going to be joined by the two-time defending Seniors World Champion, Robert Thornton, Phil Taylor, Martin Adams, Trina Gulliver, John Part, Bob Anderson, some fella called Chris Mason, don't know who he is. Kevin Painter, obviously.
58.
Mark Dubbridge, be good to see him at the Seniors World Masters, winner of the main event back in the BDO days. Neil Duff's going to be there. Leonard Gates is a great addition to the tournament. And the qualifiers, Dennis Harbour, Mark McGeaney, Richie Howson, who, even if he didn't win through the qualifiers, you would have thought would have got an invite anyway. And Colin McGarry, who seems to make a habit of qualifying for these events now.
Tidy lineup, that. Going to be a toughie to win.
In Yeovil, back end of June. That's going to be live on your TV screens.
And again, head over to dartshop.tv for ticket information.
56. Ryan, you require 121. $97. $100. Ryan, you require
Should
24.
get his first chalk on the board in this one. 66. Oh dear.
18. Kevin, you require 106.
And Kev find a ton topper here. .49 left. Just wanted to double check with Charlie Courtsfine, our referee.
Fascinated of why go down there if you don't know what it leaves.
Well, it's going to leave double 16.
74.
He wasn't far
Caught
away.
the wire, didn't he? Can't believe it. He probably felt like
Ryan,
that
you
was
require 6.
animated as ever.
Pesky territory, though, for De Vrede. Because now it's 1-1-1. You can't go any further from here.
No score.
Not even scared.
Kevin, you require 32.
Can he just move across? The way the dart
No
lies, it's
score.
not usually a bad one for Kev,
Ryan,
but
you
he couldn't find the
require
double with the
6.
last dart, and so because the Raider bust last time, we go back down to double 3, and here we go again, 1-1-1. That time a much better dart at the single,
4.
but it couldn't lay up the par
Kevin,
for
you
the double.
require
And so
32.
Painter returns for double 16 for a 3-0 lead.
Game shot on the third leg.
Didn't need
Kevin Painter.
asking again.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
Feeling that Ryan
Game
might
on.
get something out of this match, but none from 8 on the doubles. Had a dart at tops off the back of 120 in leg 2.
60.
I want to just cast the bookies net to a game in a couple of matches' time. Chris Lambert against Ian Conterman. Start of the day, Conterman was 3-1 to win that particular battle. He's now
100.
moved into 9-4 to get the better of Chris Lambert, who will begin that game as a 1-3 favourite with the bookmakers.
Ooh.
60.
Well, on what we've seen so far, I'd have no hesitation at backing Conterman at that price.
Remember, 18 plus BGambleAware.org.
100.
You're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this afternoon.
$57.
Why don't you come and join us at the Super Series? You may even see a man dressed as a dinosaur on Saturday night if you scan the Tungsten T-Rex.
Yes, come on, people.
60.
Come down Saturday night. Make it happen.
I spoke to the production team whilst you went upstairs to speak to Murph, and I bumped into
140.
Taylor, who is now my least favourite person on planet Earth. And I have been told that they are on a certain website looking up costumes, and the ones that they were showing me
81.
do not look great. I
Good.
can also tell you that there's going to be an announcement on the Super Series Twitter account very, very shortly. So head over to @MSS Darts because we have a
39.
huge
Kevin, you
announcement
require
to make
160.
for the match. And that would have been to have got it done in style. And so this 145 for De Vrede is a Hail Mary effort.
$122. Ryan, you require 145.
Was to save the match.
22. Kevin, you require
So to get it done
38.
for Zip. Splits for double 16.
Game,
Finds the
shots,
double
and
16.
the match.
And Kevin Painter makes it back-to-back victories against Ryan De Vrede, winning by 4-0. And so the artist moves on to 4 points in the group, just 1 leg behind Ian Conterman in the legs difference bracket in the early throws of this table. Doing so of an 81.24 average, 4 out of 12 when it came to the checkout. Kevin Painter is a 4-0 winner against Ryan De Vrede. We're going to take a short break. It's Franz Roach against Cam Crabtree. We're looking forward to this one, and that's coming next.
The Arrows action continues here at the Modus Super Series with a meeting between Franz Roach and Cam Crabtree. Now, the German player has lost his first couple of matches, struggling to get off the mark on Monday here. Crabtree has produced some decent displays, winning one of his 2 games, ran in to an excellent Arjen Konterman, the group leader, in his second match. He averaged 102.33 to see off Crabtree in that one. There have been some stellar showings so far, but it is Konterman, Kevin Painter and Chris Landman all on 4 points. That's after Painter beat Ryan de Vrede in the first of our 3rd batch of matches. The second of them then is the German Franz Roach looking to get off the mark, and Cam Crabtree looking to join the trio at the top on 4. Let's see which way it goes in the company of Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Chris. Well, you look at the last game. Kevin was 1-2 to beat Ryan. Cam Crabtree's 4-5 here to beat Franz at 10-11. And well, on what we've seen so far, it's hard to make a case for Franz here because Crabtree's been playing at a much higher level.
You think maybe looking at the handicap betting is probably the value bet in this particular game. Crabtree, the 19-year-old from Croydon, his 2 averages for the day so far is a 91.92 and a losing effort to Arjen Konterman, although in fairness, it would have taken a heck of a lot to have beaten Konterman in that game, averaging 102 and a 97.5 to start. So on the basis of what we've seen so far, it should be a comfortable Crabtree win. But as we know with the Super Series, form can waver in and out at any particular juncture.
$100. $58.
I think you'll see from Franz's darts, they go deep in the bed, don't they?
Yeah, they're almost up to the barrel, or where he has that
93.
what looks like a threaded point rather than a fixed one.
95. $99.
Just going on about what we teased at the end of the last match, we could tell you that we will be giving you an announcement here at the Modus Super Series, and you can head over to our Twitter page at the beginning of Game 10 of our action here this morning. And if you are a social media follower, it is very much worth having a look at, is what I'm going to say.
Yeah, at MSS Darts, all one word. Head over there. Fabulous opportunity.
79. Cam, you require 151. $59. Franz, you require 42. Game shot on the first leg. Franz Roach.
Nice little 17-dart hold to get this one underway.
Second leg, it's Cam to throw first.
Cam,
Game
I
on.
went up to see Murph and he said, well, it felt like he didn't miss. I said, he didn't. In terms of Konterman last time out, I said the last 2 legs were won in a total of 25 darts.
135.
You'd have needed to have thrown a hedgehog to have won that game.
Yeah, needed at least another set of darts.
No, we don't want any protesters turning up at the live lounge, so we won't do that.
95.
No animal cruelty here.
$100.
A bit of cruelty on the stage.
Yeah, we're making Charlie Courtesy ref 15 matches.
60.
Well, he won't mind today, the pace of this group. They're all rattling through them.
Charlie Courtesy, our referee today. We've got Danny
66.
McNamara returning this week, the talented Irish referee. Currently next door, spotting, helping you
43.
see the darts as they land in the double.
On the treble.
180.
He's learned how to use that zoom button today, hasn't he?
$133. Can you require 20?
Now, for once, he's not going to win a leg in 13, Cam Crabtree. And he's having to move all the way across the board. That's the awkward lie that the second dart has provided, and he is not set and he's not comfortable as he throws this dart. He doesn't
10.
like this one bit.
Franz, you require 170.
And you could tell. And so Roach, 170. Is not going to happen this time, and so Crabtree will return for double 5 upon his next visit.
40. Can you require 10?
The attack.
Game shot on the second leg.
Finds
Cam
the
Crabtree.
left-hand side of the double to level things up.
Third leg, it's
Two
Franz
holes
to
to
throw
in the
first.
match. Both
Game
in
on.
17 darts.
$95.
We've made the 17. Will we be going under?
$91.
Had 2 9-darters over the weekend as well. One from Martin Schindler and
95.
one from Josh Rock. I'm not sure if that was on his birthday, was it? Possibly.
Josh Rocky's changed his walk-on song
66.
at the Euro Tour last time out.
Did he? What did he have?
Stop the rock, don't stop the rock.
100.
Which means Neil Duff can have his walk-on back.
140.
Which is only fair as the reigning WTF World Champion.
Yep. You're a big snooker fan, aren't you? The Crucible got underway
137.
on Saturday. Have you picked one out that you think is going to win?
I don't like the look of this year picking someone because there's so many good players that are out of form at the minute. I mean, about 6 months ago, you'd make a huge case for Mark Cannon, but even
72.
his form has begun to
Franz requires
waver
74.
going into this particular tournament.
I think Sean Murphy's gonna go close. He's been in incredible form of late.
42.
I think it's going to be the type
Can
of
you
year
require
someone could
132?
potentially come from the outside periphery and go on to win. Could be an outsider year this year. This could be a champagne finish from Crabtree. Won't going to happen this time.
60.
He's just not
Franz
playing well at
required
the moment
32.
on the Franz throat. He's going to have to change that at some point.
Game shot on the
We
third
need
leg. Franz
Break a
Roach.
throat to win the match. Also,
Fourth leg, it's Cam to throw
qualifying on
first.
today.
Game on.
as and when I can, I will keep you up to speed with any
100.
of the standout results.
So how many cans of energy drinks do you think Phil Bars has got today then for the stream?
$131.
It'd be about 5 laptops, 3 energy drinks.
$60.
Chance to put a decent enough gap between himself and Franz in this leg.
$125.
As you mentioned, this leg is good, but Crabtree hasn't been able to
85.
muscle
Can you
them
require
against the darts.
145?
And so he's getting oodles of time when he's throwing first in a leg.
$65.
Because Franz Roach isn't deviating whether he's throwing first or second in a leg. He's playing at that 85 average he's got now throughout the course of the match.
Yeah, it's 6-visit territory, isn't it?
55. Can you require 80?
She's forcing Crabtree into finding a 15
Game shot on the fourth
against the
leg.
throw, and that's
Cam
a 14
Crabtree.
with the darts. Well, 17-17, 16-14.
Fifth leg, it's
all
Franz
holds
to
the
throw first. Game on. $121. $85.
I feel like Cam's in that best of both worlds category there because he's quite high up on the challenge tour order of merit. He's getting a lot of call-ups to the Pro Tour, but at his age, he's still got the opportunities of
140.
Dev Tour, this. If he wants to play on the ADC or WDF circuits, he can, and so he's got every opportunity he can to really develop
60.
his game.
Yeah, and he should be using those opportunities. As we've seen Luke Littler last week.
83.
Won Group A, and you think, well, he won't. Well, you know, he might just chill for a couple of days now, playing a local tournament on the Wednesday night.
60. Franz required
For
157.
the older players, you've got to keep a little in reserve, but you're a teenager, I suppose you've got plenty of energy.
And I suppose you've got to harden yourself as much
90.
with match time as well, because you ain't got that experience of the other players who may be a bit older, and that can draw on things.
Yeah, absolutely. You just
140.
want to play as
Franz
see all the
requires
different
67.
styles and all the different scenarios you can find yourself in. Well, he's got to go 14 ball, really. Wow. I
59.
was effectively saying there.
Cam, you
I don't care,
require
I don't think you can take out
156.
156. Well, may come back to bite him.
Game
Double
shot on the
18.
fifth leg.
Don't
Cam
you think I'm going to
Crabtree.
take out the 156? There you go. Proof in the pudding.
Said he's going to need a 15 to break. And he's
Sixth leg,
just
it's Cam
produced
to
one.
throw first.
And produced the
Game
highest
on.
finish of the day so far. Timed to perfection.
Now, I like that little bit of raw emotion as well from Crabtree,
45.
because he would have seen that 16 as a declaration of intent from the German that I think I'm coming back for another visit. He found the trouble, so he got himself a double eight. So
100.
at least when he went for it, he gave himself that opportunity. But he still would have thought, Cam, that you don't fancy me to back this, and so I'm going to try and show you wrong. And that's exactly what he did.
58.
He did it in some style. But that adrenaline is still coursing. And what we were just discussing about how you
140.
can learn. There's an example. You know, it's one leg, and save that kind of emotion when the match is
140.
over.
Certainly fired up
95.
Crabtree, hasn't it? You can just see with every single visit, there's a lot more flow, there's a lot more snap towards the release of his dart.
60.
But it's reining that in, keeping it under control. It's okay having that emotion, having that adrenaline. It's how you then control it into your performance, which is what
98.
matters most.
And that's what he will learn.
$92. Franz requires 68.
Tops.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
And we go all the way
Franz
to a
Roach.
decider. 3 apiece in this one. And it is Roach who has the darts to get this game won.
Well, it's just steadily
7th and
improved
final leg.
the
It's Franz to
standard,
throw
and
first.
a
Game
15-dart
on.
break, and Franz hit straight back with a 15-dart break of his own.
I would have laughed in that scenario if he decided to go 18 pull.
60.
Early mistake. Can he punish?
100.
Even a ton just gives him a little bit of a foothold in this leg. Roach desperately needs a treble now. Finds one, could do with another.
100.
So Crabtree, with a couple of treble visit, will see himself steal the darts in this leg.
60.
But he doesn't find one, and so the ball is back in Roach's court. They can't be split, this pair.
Well, every leg has been won inside 6 visits.
60.
You would think Crabtree's going to need a 15.
$57.
Both players, I think, have just tensed up a little bit. Crabtree's already won a deciding leg today. That was against Ryan de Vrede by 4-3. It's actually the only
60.
game that has gone all the way so far today prior to this one. Needs a big visit here. Can't leave a finish, and so Roach is going to get
60.
6 here for the match from 2-2-1.
Just see both players trying that a little bit too hard.
14.
Well, he should have had 6 for the match, but he's given that gift straight to his opponent. Can he take advantage?
96.
Yes is the answer. So he's going to give himself a shot for the match upon his return on 1-2-8. And so all Roach can do now is try and square up and leave it as handily possible as he can. And that's exactly what he does. And so 1-2-8 for the match.
Another one of those for double 10. Yes, gets it.
118. French requires 67.
Just pulled it, and you can see the raw emotion pouring from the face of Cam Crabtree.
I'll go 15 ball.
23.
The dart was fine. The line wasn't. He's already
Can
had
we
double
require
5 in the
10?
match. This time, though, it's for the match.
No
Oh,
score.
wow, that's a flyer. Even he says it. Oh, wow.
French require 44.
Oh, boy. And so 2 at tops
Game,
to get
shots,
the job done.
and the match.
And Franz Roach gets the better of Cam Crabtree by 4 legs to 3. It was a tense final leg. It has to be said. Both players feeling the pressure of the moment. But it is Franz Roach who gets the better of Cam Crabtree by 4 legs to 3. Both players with averages in the mid-80s region. 4 out of 9 on the finishing was the difference in the end. Cam Crabtree took out that 1-5-6 finish. That was the highlight checkout of that particular match. And so next up, it is Chris Landman in action. He takes on Ian Conterman. This should be good.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where we are gearing up for a top of the table tie between the Dutch duo Ian Konterman and Chris Landman. Both of them have played 2 and won 2, but the stats actually favour Konterman so far. He's hit the most 180s in this group, and he's averaging around 100 for the day so far, including that really impressive performance, 102.33 when he beat Cam Crabtree a little earlier on. Crabtree has also just gone down to Frans Roerch, picking up his first points in this group, leaving Ryan de Vrede bottom with no points so far. But 2 at the top, one of them will pull clear from their opponent and Kevin Painter, moving on to 6 points at the end of this one. So without further ado, let's get the game underway. Over to Henry and Chris.
Smith. Yeah, well, both of these players unbeaten so far today. That's going to come to an end. One of them will be out on top. Slandman, 42 from Hatton. Argent, 32 from Meppel.
First leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that town of Meppel, it's a municipality in northeastern Holland in the Netherlands.
Tiny place, isn't it?
Population of around about
140.
33,500 according to the last census in 2019. Beautiful part of the world.
Yeah, it's stunning.
43.
Just looking at some pictures on the internet and
There's a massive, great big windmill there, isn't there?
yeah. If
180.
you're a fan of windmilling, that's the place for you.
Yeah, I do love the Netherlands. I had a great opportunity years ago
93.
to travel the length and breadth of the place doing exhibitions and travelled through some absolutely stunning places.
97.
Yeah, still to tick off the bucket list is the Netherlands. Sure, one day.
I'm over there next week.
96. Chris, you
on
require
Euro Tour
84.
They have some of the best mayonnaise in the world as
Game shot in the
Landman
first
lands a
leg.
double 12
Chris
on an
Landman.
11 dart leg. If you ever go to Holland, you must try their mayonnaise. It really is quite the something. Marco Meyer
Second leg, it's time
sometimes
to throw first.
sneaks
Game on.
some mayo over when he comes to the UK.
Yeah, they love their mayo and chips. don't they?
96.
Oh, yes.
Chicken shawarmas.
135. 140.
There is a quirk when Marco Meyer referees 2 Dutch players. The players and Marco still have to communicate
140.
in English as per competition rules. So they have to talk to each other in English despite the fact they'd all be fluent in Dutch.
43.
Didn't know that.
There was a game at Lakeside last year. Marco was
88.
referee, but it was between Anke Zylstra and Priscilla Steenbergen. And basically Marco said even though they were both Dutch, he still had to communicate with them in English as per
96.
the competition
Chris,
rules,
you
because obviously then it's the same
138.
for everyone. Could say, for example, you have a player who speaks fluent English but doesn't know
52.
Dutch, and
Mine
vice
require
versa, then you don't know what's
126.
being communicated. There, you just know what's happening. Anyway, 1-2-6 for Konterman. It's going to be a dart of the ball.
101.
One
Chris,
far
you
away.
require 86.
He took out 84 cleanly enough in leg 1. He wants the ball himself. He
Game
gets it
shot
though.
the second leg. Chris Landman.
15 dart breaker throw to go with the 11 in leg 1.
Third leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
How costly
137.
ball miss be for Konterman.
41.
And it's at this juncture we talk about the average being just under 118.
140.
In fact, let's put it on the screen because that's above record pace-setting territory. 118.94 is the record average in this competition. Jason Askew got that back in the very first week. There was a point
100.
on Saturday night where Luke Littler was threatening it. And now Landman's doing the same. They're all getting in on the act.
135. Christian required 124. 56. 105. Christian requires 68.
414.
Back-to-back ball finishes. No, a long
37.
way off that time.
Anya required
He's
120.
getting scraps at the moment. Conterman missed the ball on 126. He's not going to get a go at top.
60.
120.
Christian required 31.
And so it's going to be double eight. And now fours.
23.
And now Conterman
Anya
has an
requires
opportunity
60.
despite the brilliant play of Chris Landman. Tops leads double 10. Just needs to slide across.
40.
But he couldn't find the double.
Christian required
And you
8.
sense that there's probably going to be opportunity passing him by because Landman has been pretty much visit perfect
Game
all
shot on the
day.
third leg.
That trend
Chris
continues
Landman.
here. 3-0 up, 95 average. And that's only deviated because he had a little bit of a trouble finishing off that leg.
Fourth leg, it's Irons to throw first. Game on.
It's all Landman.
60.
Just not happened. The Conterman so far.
100.
Reminder that the beginning of the next game, game 10, head over to our MODUS Super Series Twitter account because
100.
we've got something exciting for you.
At MSS starts, all one word.
140. 140.
Conterman well off the pace that he showed in his
100.
opening 2 games. He's about 13 points under his running average coming into match number 3.
59. Christian required 161.
Just looking to lay up.
65. Anya required 142.
This is a Hail Mary attempt to the 1-4-2, and he started down on the 17s. And so Landman's going to return
48.
for 96
Christian required 96.
to take this game out to 0 and to take out the otherwise impressive Iron Conterman. Double 9.
Game, shot,
Another
and the
really
match.
good
Chris
performance
Landman.
from Chris Landman. A 4-0 success over Iron Conterman in next to no time at all. 6 minutes and 31 seconds. That was all it took for Landman to see success. Of an average just under 97, there was a point midway through the third leg that we were threatening record average territory when he got the job done, and he got it done in convincing fashion. For Iron Conterman is a first defeat of the day for him. Landman on 6 points then, undefeated so far. We're going to begin round 4 after the break with De Vrede up against Roch.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yeah, you could indeed be here at the MODUS Super Series. That counts for all of our Saturday night sessions. But we do have a very special announcement now. We are going to run a fantastic competition to win the ultimate VIP experience here at the MODUS Super Series. And that is to get a couple of tickets to Champions Night. That's a grand final on Champions Week. 2 tickets for free to come here along with a night in the hotel on that Saturday night on the 6th of May. 10 drink tokens as well, and a dartboard signed by all of the grand finalists. So a really special Super Series prize. That's to celebrate 3 years since the birth of MODUS Live Darts, when it was first being streamed from players' homes. Now, of course, evolved to this Super Series format where you could be here enjoying that VIP experience. All that information is going to be available on our social media channel, so do make sure you are following us, and you have to be following us to enter that competition. So how to enter, it's all there at MSS Darts on Twitter and our various other social media channels. Right, back to today's action. Players fighting it out to get to that Champions Week and indeed that grand final. Chris Landman just winning 4-0 in a battle at the top of the table to put himself in pole position in Group A. But coming next, it's a couple of players at the opposite end of the table. Ryan de Vrede yet to pick up any points, and Frans Roach, who's just picked up his first 2 points with a win over Cam Crabtree. Can he double his tally, or does de Vrede get off the mark? Let's find out. Here's Henry and Chris.
Thanks, Murph. Well, if I wasn't here myself, I'd be entering that competition. I quite fancy that.
Be me and you for Champions Week finals night.
It is. Yeah, I'm off next week and then fly back from the Netherlands on the Monday morning and then fly straight here in the car and then back in the hot seat from Tuesday of Champions Week.
Like you couldn't get enough of us. But what a competition that is. Head over to our Twitter account. It is at MSS Darts. And you can
First
be a
leg, it's
part
Ryan to throw first. Game on.
of a very special experience and a very special night.
Yeah, it's an incredible lineup. I have to say, I think it looks like our strongest field yet for a Champions Week.
180.
And it could get stronger. Could get better. The darts could get better here, and if it does get better, then wow. Because we have seen some incredible stuff today. Just a reminder who we're going to see at Champions Week. Jelle Klassen, Lucas
41.
Venning, Scott Taylor, Justin Hood, Matt Clark, Mike Warburton, John Worsley, Steve West, Owen Bates, and we can add the name Luke Littler to that list. Some good players to have missed out and lost in finals.
100.
Just having a look at the finalist list. Jacob Taylor, who currently has the highest average of a player who lost a final in this phase so far.
58.
And Andy Bolton, Leonard Gates, twice missing out on that big occasion. Andy Hamilton, John Henderson, Connor Hinahan, Fallon Sherrick, Robert Thornton, Jack Main,
45.
Richard North.
The list of runners-up would make a tidy Champions Week.
The World Plate Championship.
85.
Spending more money, Henry.
It's usually your job, isn't it? Should have a week We should have like
100. Ryan, you require
ultimate week where we get the top
137.
12 players based on form. You know, the likes of Vampire, Gates, all of that, all involved over the course of a week.
82.
Thibaut Tricot would have to be in
French
there.
require
Andy Bolton,
116.
Hendo. I still don't know why they pair us up together. Tots Roach.
96. Ryan, you require 55.
Ryan here, desperate. Get off the mark.
35. French
Absolutely.
required 20.
Fluffed his lines there.
Game shot on the first leg.
And Roach finds that
Roach.
breaker throw in the opening leg to get it done in the space of 16.
Second leg, it's France.
What
to
we're
throw
seeing from
first.
France
Game on.
so far over the course of the last couple of matches is if you give him opportunities, he is more than willing to
60.
take full advantage of them.
What I've been impressed by is he's just not panicked. And it's easy to him. I think we're seeing a bit of panic from Ryan.
43.
Whilst we've got a Dutchman on the stage, you've actually had a tweet from Jan van Veen over the last 10 minutes or so.
100.
He actually loved his time at the MODUS Super Series. Really helped his game last year and very grateful for the opportunity to play and get that experience playing in front of the cameras. And
58.
you guys are doing an amazing job over there. So thank you for your comments, Jan. We do appreciate
Thank
it.
you very much and great to hear from you.
100.
Don't be afraid to pop down if you're ever around for a couple of days. Come and say hello. That'd be nice, having maybe like the likes of Jan
45.
and Adam maybe pop down one Saturday night or something like that when they're in and around between tournaments.
Yeah, and good luck today, Jan. Taking on Kevin Doet shortly in
58.
a Euro Tour qualifier. Another friend of the Super Series, Brian Roman. He's up against Nick Kenny.
85. 44. France require 113.
1-1-3 for Roach to double that lead to 2-0. So tops again.
73. Ryan, you require 156.
To be this time. So De Vrede, 156. Now he's already seen this hit against him today by Cam Crabtree in the previous match.
50.
That was when De Vrede
France
decided
required
against the
40.
ball on the 64, went treble 16. Now he missed the double 8 and Crabtree did the biz. Can Roach get the biz done here?
30.
De Vrede's
Ryan, you
back.
require 106. $66. France required 10.
Got to go this time.
Game
Does.
shot on the second leg. Franz Roach.
Little clinch of the fist. As confirms the break in
Third leg,
leg
it's
one.
Ryan to throw first. Game on. $134. $95.
Seeing if there's anything
100.
technically wrong with the De Vrede throw, but it looks lovely and smooth. The grip's nice. The release is nice. The follow-through's there. Could be just having a bit of an off day.
86.
There's not much in terms of the mechanics of the throw that can possibly go wrong. If you were to teach someone how to hold a dart and throw a dart, it wouldn't be too far off that technique.
122.
I suppose sometimes it can come down to the release point
Ryan,
when you've got a throw like that.
145.
Yeah, sometimes. Just the actual timing. Some days they just don't
65.
go. They'll go everywhere but. Above the wire, below the wire.
Well, a good thing for De Vrede is it is a 5-day
Ryan,
week
you require 80.
here at the Super Series, so day one isn't a be-all and end-all, and we've seen some good stuff when we had a 95 earlier on today. Tops for double 10.
60. Franz
Now
require
Roach
120.
wants tops at the end of the combination. Well, you can do it at the start if he likes. But he's going to climb up the ladder. He's going to head to the top.
80.
But he can't climb the summit.
Ryan, you require 20.
And so back to 10s for De Vrede.
Game shot on the third leg. Ryan De Vrede.
Double 10 is the den for De Vrede. Back to 2-1. Roach with the darts in the fourth.
Fourth leg, it's Franz to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Franz won't be too concerned. He does already have the break of throw that was required.
40.
Although, with a start of 40, left himself a little vulnerable.
60. 100. 100.
Much more like it. His second max of this match.
$45.
And it may begin to turn the screw. He's improving.
140.
180, 140. He's left himself 1-2-1 after 9. And Roach with the darts is still in the 300s at this juncture.
140. Ryan, you require 121.
6 from here. May only need the 3. May only need this one dart at double 14.
107.
He wasn't far away, and he is going to return. But under some considerable pressure.
Ryan, you require 14.
He's asked the question. It's not the nicest double in the world.
No score. Franz, you require 40.
This could be a case where he's actually a victim of his own success in the scoring stakes here, De Vrede. Roach stops.
20.
But he can't find it, and so
Ryan,
back to double
14.
7. Will it be heaven or hell?
Doesn't like it.
Game
But
shot on
gets
the
it.
fourth leg. Ryan De Vrede.
Bounces off the first dart of the 3 thrown at the double. Sure, how
Fifth
much,
leg, it's Ryan to throw
how
first.
much he knew about that
Game
one.
on.
Well, you could see from the overhead angle there was pretty much little to look at, and you mentioned it just crashes off of that first dart, and that was probably why we saw that little bit of an ironic
95.
celebration there from the Dutchman. To a piece.
99. 39. 140.
Well, it is quiz night for the famous Super Series quizzing team.
93.
But you feel like the way this group is going, there's still a lot of questions to answer. Hammond's been the man so
41.
far, but there's so many other contenders who could prize up a challenge towards him.
60. 125.
Take it that's not going to be a ritual you're partaking in tonight.
No. Absolutely not.
64. French require 96.
I'm off for a spin down to Southampton. And then gym, eat, sleep.
26. Ryan, you require 150.
Oh, hello. Oh, hello.
Game
Oh,
shot
yeah.
the fifth leg. Ryan de Vrede.
What is it about Frans Roche that is bringing out big finishes from his opponents? A
Sixth leg is
156
France
from
to
Cam
throw
Crabtree in his
first. Game
previous match has now been followed up by a 150 from Ryan de Vrede, and it has swung the match dramatically in his
57.
direction. Roche was on 70 to go 3-2 up himself, and he would have had the throw in this leg to get the game won, but as we have it, the ball is very much in the
59.
Dutchman's court.
Stunning finish, that. Maybe. May give him the lift he looks like he needs. He's
95.
not played with the most confidence in the world this morning so far.
60.
Well, even the 156 from
85.
Crabtree wasn't enough to avoid defeat to France.
44.
Well, his
96.
name is Franz, and his opponents are saying, "Take me out."
$43.
I'll jot that down. That's probably going to be on one of the answers on the music round tonight. I believe even Murph's going to be heading along to the quiz tonight. He's got a 100% record, which he
96.
still needs to keep going. No pressure, Murph.
$60. France requires 72.
And no pressure here from Roche because de Vrede is back on 2-3-5, and so he can plot his path towards success in this
32.
leg. But he couldn't find that dart at tops there, but not to be the be-all and end-all with, to say, de Vrede not on a finish, so he is going to come back for this 40.
89. France require 40.
For this tops to send us all the way.
$30. Ryan, you require 146.
Notched a 150 in the previous leg. He couldn't finish for 146, could he? He couldn't, could he? Double 16!
114. France required 10.
Well, the irony of the fact that he's missed so many doubles today. He gets another opportunity.
No
This is gonna
score.
be a big win for him.
Ryan, you required 32.
Opportunity to pick up his first 2 points of the day. Double 8.
Game, shot,
Double 8 he
and the
gets.
match. Ryan de Vrede.
Ryan de Vrede does pick up his first 2 points of the day, and that'll be a huge relief. You can see how happy he is about that. Averages 78.16, but as you can see, a lot of missed doubles in the match. When we come back, Continent is back in action against Painter.
Well, that battle at the bottom of Group A before the break has tightened things up in the group on the opening day of Group A on week 11 of Super Series 3. Frans Roach and Ryan de Vrede playing in that previous match. A Dutchman getting the win, his first points, and tying on 2 points with Roach and Cam Crabtree. But now attention turns to the top end of the table as Kevin Painter and Ian Conterman go head-to-head here. Both of them with 2 wins from 3 so far, and chasing down Chris Landman, who is unbeaten on opening day this week. The winner of this one will join Landman on 6 points at the peak of the pile. And to talk you through it, Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Yes, we're looking forward to this one. Kevin Painter, who lost his first game of the day to Chris Landman, has picked up a bit of momentum ever since and is looking for a hat-trick of wins now, the 55-year-old from Rugby. As for Ian Conterman, he won his first 2 but was then beaten 4-0 by Chris Landman. It was a bit of a deviation of his performance, Conterman, but you can't deny how impressive Chris Landman was in notching up that particular victory.
First leg, it's time to throw first.
What the bookmakers make of this one. Ian Conterman is 4-6 on with the bookmakers. Kevin Painter is the 11-10 outsider
59.
now in this one.
Interesting. I don't know what to make of it now.
85.
Well, outside of Landman, who has been consistently outstanding throughout this
97.
session. This is the second match of our 4th cycle of games.
140. 125. 97.
'Conterman from Meppel in the Netherlands, which is in the province of
50.
Drenthe, which is where the Dutch Open is held, at the De Bonte Raver complex.
Good knowledge. Maybe that's your ideal trip.
42. On your required 170.
Is it the Netherlands?
I've heard that is a carnival.
Yeah, it was always a wonderful experience
96.
back in the day.
Kevin, you require
Not even Charlie's right
137.
there. Maybe me and Charlie can take it in as a little trip. Lads on tour.
Little busman's holiday.
57. On your
Mind you,
required
me and Charlie on tour
74.
wouldn't exactly be lads on tour, would it? But not quite Mariappa, is it, or whatever? Double 12.
62. Kevin, you require 80.
So 80 for Painter to find an opening leg break. It's going to be one dart at tops. It looks as if he's only going to have a little portion of the bed to aim at, but he finds that portion.
Kevin Painter.
And Painter takes the lead with a breaker throw, courtesy of that dart at tops. You saw there he had to move across to try and find a suitable lie to find the double. That's exactly what he did. Now Conterman spurning a dart at double 12 to win the leg himself.
180.
And you can just tell by his mannerisms when Kevin Painter is in the zone and when he's in the mood. And right now, he is exactly that.
$85. 44.
He's got him exactly where he wants him for now.
85.
Just looking to back up the break.
46. Kevin, you require 151.
Treble 17 would have left him a dart at tops for the 151, but Kev's just going to set up, and it's been a below par performance so far for Compton, and Painter leaving 32 after 12, and he's got all the time in the world.
Kevin, you require 32.
He can have 6 if he wants. Let's move across, bump it off the barrel. He's got 2 good guides. Oh, that's come in and out.
Yeah, that was most definitely a wire.
$140. Kevin, you require 32.
For Continent.
Game show on the second leg. Kevin Painter. Third leg, it's signed to throw first. Game on.
Kevin just making it routine at the minute.
100.
Continent needs to have something getting going. He did find back-to-back 140s in that previous leg. We can ill afford slow starts in them, the way Painter's playing at the minute.
97.
And Kevin is one of those players. There's been a lot of talk about
46.
Chris Lamon coming into that group, and Kev's one of those players. He doesn't want to go under the radar. He wants to feel like the main man in a group.
Yeah, he'll be strutting his stuff in that practice room, letting them all know who the alpha male is in there.
140. $136.
Super, is it?
$85. Kevin, you require 170.
Can paint a picture of the big fish? No, he can't. So, Continent back
100.
for 130 to half the deficit.
130.
And he really has been feeding off a scrap so far in this match. Should get a dart at least at the ball. The second triple leads double 5.
120.
Just above the wire,
Kevin,
so Painter returns to 3-0.
It will be a double breaker throw. Well, he's going to have to do it the hard way. Bull.
$45. And you require 10.
The additional step back to recompose. It was Kevin Painter that started that trend, which is now followed by the likes of Rob Cross.
8.
Upon others, as Continent
Kevin, you require
can't finish
25.
off this leg as of yet. He may not be able to finish the leg off altogether because Painter should get 2 darts in his hand at double 8. Just about finds the 9.
9. And you require 2.
Both graze the wire. Continent back for the madhouse.
No score.
Dragged underneath, and you can see
Kevin,
the frustration
16.
pour from his face.
Another opportunity.
Game shot on the third leg.
Gets it.
Kevin Painter.
He has the double breaker throw, and this won't do his leg difference any harm at all, will it?
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Only 4 points
Game
plus
on.
5. Wins this game by 4 legs to 0. He'll be level on the legs difference with Chris Lamon at the top of the table. Needs to play next
134.
against Cam Crabtree.
Yeah, that could be absolutely anything, that one. He played at some
100.
pace.
100. 123.
Over at the Euro Tour qualifiers, Ratajski's run continues. He's won his opening
100.
Pro Tour at the weekend. Defeated Kevin Burness, who averaged 99.3. Ratajski beat him 6-0 with a 106.
96. Kevin, you require 167.
Kevin Painter, 6 starts for the match at 167. Didn't have to attack the finish even if he hit the first treble, but he is going to lay up superbly, leaving himself double 18 after 12 to get the job done by 4 legs to 0.
Did you say it's his
130
looking performance of the day?
Kevin, you require 36.
You have to say.
Statistically, it is.
Game, shots, and the match.
He tidies up
Kevin
beautifully with
Painter.
the best leg of the match. A 13 darter to get it done. 4-0, an average of 91.09. 40% on the doubles. Consummate, an average of 86. Had 6 at a double, didn't hit a single one. Big game coming up next. Cam Crabtree up against Chris Landerman.
Fabulous win at the MODUS Super Series for Kevin Painter before the break. That means that the artist has now worked his way to the top of the Group A table. Painter with 3 wins from 4. Chris Landman does have a game in hand. He's about to play that game, but because of a better legs-won ratio, Painter finds himself top, having lost only to Landman in the very first match of the day. Great performance from the artist, but Landman now gets the opportunity to hit back and retain that unbeaten record in this group. Standing in his way, though, is 4th place Cam Crabtree, who's looking to cling to the coattails of the top 2 and join Arian Konterman on 4 points after Konterman, of course, went down 4-0 to Painter in the previous match. So the pack starting to shuffle here as we come to the end of Monday's play, and it's the penultimate game for this pair. Cam Crabtree against Chris Landman, with Chris Mason and Henry Deacon on hand to talk you through it.
Cheers, Murph. Yeah, big game for both. The Landman, it's to remain
unbeaten and out on top. Crabtree, it's to close the gap.
There's a few too many Chris's in there at the moment. You've got Chris Murphy, Chris Mason, Chris Lamman. Well, it's all C's on the stage, isn't it? Cam Crabtree, Chris Lamman, Charlie Corsafine. More CCs than a mailing list. We'll get to the point now where we're about to conclude the fourth cycle of fixtures. And we're getting to the stage of the day where we can really look at that league table and draw some conclusions.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Landman today.
41.
Came into this with the pressure of being favourite, but he also comes into it
100
on the back of some fabulous performances on the Pro Tour, which he's obviously taken huge confidence from.
140.
Both players were in Wigan this weekend at the Players' Championship events.
140.
That was Chris Murphy.
He was.
We even got a referee cameo from Scott Gibbling at the
60.
weekend. Which, if nothing else, gave us great entertainment.
83.
For those of you who know Scott, you'll know exactly why.
$50.
Cam's just got to
92.
watch that negativity, because his opponents will begin to feed off that.
125. Christian require 86.
Great recovery dart.
Game shot on the
And a
first
great dart on the
leg.
double 16.
Chris Landman.
That is a 15 dart breaker throw. We seem to be saying that a lot today when this man's involved.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on. $100.
Landman started the session off with a 4-2 win over Painter, 50% on the doubles, a 119 checkout, 87.64 the average.
140.
An average 90.18, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, 2 180s, a checkout of 106 and a 4-1 win over
140.
Ryan. Then 4-0 win over Arjan, an average of 96.97. 4 out of 10 on the doubles and a high finish of 96. He's getting better and better.
Incidentally, if you head over to our Twitter account, it's competition time on there. Already, in 40 minutes, there's been 103 retweets.
Is that what they got to do? They got to retweet it to go in the draw?
Retweet and follow us. Retweet, like, follow. Oh, hello. To double 14.
Shot on the second
oh,
leg.
this is brilliant for Chris Lamman. That's a 12 on the back of the 15. 2 140 visits, followed by the 1-2-1 out.
It's Cam to throw first.
To double his advantage against Cam Crabtree to 2-0. And Crabtree, who himself, well, it's a scoring average of 93.38 because he's not being allowed a dart at the double.
$180. $100. $100. $65.
Well, it's the second match in succession where after 3 legs, Lamman is in the region of 116 plus. Well, he's gone for another max. It's his third of the match. The average is 121.83. We're going to keep it there because we may well be entering
83.
record territory. If he can take this out for an 11, it is very much on. That's not going to help things. Double 10.
21. Cam, you require 157.
It was fun whilst it lasted. 114.08. He's regressing.
43. Chris, you require 20.
2 10s.
Game
3-0.
shot on the third leg. Chris Landman.
And the thing is, he's averaging this average. But it doesn't look as if he's breaking sweat.
Fourth leg, it's Chris to throw
15,
first.
12, 13.
Game on.
112.72. 3-0 up.
140. $91.
He's walked into a couple today. Crabtree walked into a super performance from Consummate, of course, who averaged 102.33. Yeah, another max.
The average is just under
64.
record-breaking territory. It's 118.89. 140.
60.
121 makes it just a meager 115.29.
He's already taken out 121 for a 12.
85. Chris, you
leg
require
two.
121.
This would be to cap off the best performance we've seen here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But the 121
105.
won't go on this occasion. So 2 8s will be for something in and around the region of 112, 113.
140. Chris, you
To
require
seal
16.
the most incredible performance here at the Super Series. Double
Game,
four.
shots,
What a
and the match.
performance.
Chris
Take
Landman.
a bow, Chris Landman. An average of 111.33 to get the better of Cam Crabtree by 4 legs to 0. He did so as well in the space of 6 minutes and 10 seconds. He beat Iron Conterman the game before in 6 minutes and 31 seconds. He's finished 2 matches in the space of 13 minutes. Chris Landman 4, Cam Crabtree 0. Have a look at those magnificent statistics as we send you through to our advertisement break. Well, on the other side of it, we're going to see Iron Conterman against Ryan de Vrede.
Well, around 10 minutes ago, I was telling you that Kevin Painter had gone top of the table after a 4-0 win over Arian Konterman. Well, enter Landman, because Chris Landman has just beaten Cam Crabtree 4-0 himself, back-to-back whitewash wins, not just in this group, but for himself as well. Landman had done the same to Konterman a couple of games ago. And as Henry said before the break there, he's completed those matches in a little over 12.5 minutes. Chris Landman racing through his fixtures today and clear at the top of the table, having won all of them. Konterman must be in a spin after those last couple of defeats, and he's looking to just re-find his route towards perhaps qualifying for finals night or finishing at least in Group B. He returns to take on Ryan de Vrede, who got his only victory of the day so far a couple of games ago against Frans Ruerch. So which way will this Dutch duel go? We'll find out with Mace and Henry.
Thanks, Merv. Yeah, back-to-back bagels on the wrong end for Konterman. First to Landman, then to KP. He'll be going nuts.
Other brands are available. We have to say it on telly, so...
They're just not as nice.
No. As endorsed by Chris Mason. As for Ian Konterman, we saw his first two performances and we were beginning to think, well, we might be seeing something emerge here, but there's just been a deviation as the day's gone along. If you look at the averages for the day, he kicked off superbly, 98.5 against Frans Ruerch in his first match. And then he had that 102.33. Well, that's been sent to the smoke by Chris Landman. And then his third game, 84, and that 45. Defeat to Landman. And then obviously got drubbed again, as Mace Wedley alluded to, at 86 against Painter.
And the odds compilers have reacted because
60.
Landman's final match, which will follow this one, is against Frans. He was a lively favourite to start with at 2-7. He's now 1-9.
Would you still say, though, on the basis of what we've seen throughout the course of the day, you would possibly just install Konterman
93
as the man to beat if he can find some of that form from earlier on today?
No, Landman looks the better player for me.
140.
And the numbers don't lie. I mean, his running average now has got to be... Well, it's going to be north of 95.
97. $58. 60. 100.
96.5, the Landman average so far today.
Not a bad guess.
60.
Your guess is better than my calculator.
88.
Well, we were impressed with his running average at the Pro Tour over the weekend. That was just hovering north of 92.
51.
So he's
Ryan, you require 131. 55. Iron, you require 37.
We haven't seen many of these over the last couple of games, and that's 7 visit legs.
Game shot on the
We're not going to
first
see
leg.
anything above it in this one, because Konterman takes the opening leg, leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
I suppose for both players, it's their last game of the day. What they can't do is allow panic to get in and to set in to try and get points on the
41.
board.
Yeah, I think for Ryan it was imperative that he picked up that win against France.
137.
But you can almost see the table starting to take shape.
100.
One area where I think we'll see a mover tomorrow on what you labelled it, Moving Day Tuesday, will be Cam Crabtree.
137.
He can probably walk out of here today and feel unlucky about some moments here and there.
Well, he's walked into
60.
two of the highest average today. He's been on the end of both of them. There's 4 points down the Swanee.
57.
Are we putting Cam Crabtree in the unlucky restaurant with 1 magpie and 2 ladders?
Oh, yeah. But he'll bounce back.
100.
As we've seen in the past,
And you
he can play
require
at that level,
170.
We've had this threatened once or twice today. He didn't have to go for it, even if he
105.
obtained the second treble. You get the sense this week is just beginning to hot up. And that's even after a 111 average from Chris Lamman. The best could still yet to be to come. And what we've seen already has been good. That's good from Conterman. 2-0 lead, 14 data. Much an improvement from the first leg, which was won in 7 visits. He's got this one done in 5.
Third leg, it's signs to throw
by
first.
2 more visits in this leg, then we're going to see something perfect.
I think his approach here is,
134.
just get the win. Get the win. And a good day at the office. 6 points of a possible 10.
100.
And we often say here at the Super Series, 3 and 2 on the first day is about the path of the course, the marker you want to lay down to then make that push on the second day of the group. Just build solid foundations. That's what Monday is all about.
28.
It's just going to keep you in the mix, isn't it? 6 points going into day 2.
180.
Excellent. Leads himself 50 after 9. Good players go for the bullseye to make it a 10.
100. And you require 50.
Oh, he did as well. He tried to go for it.
Game
he finds a top for a 12. Oh, I like that. Oh, yes. It's cocky from Conterman. He leads 3-0.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
Opportunity you get to have that on your highlight reel.
De Vrede nearly got maced.
59.
Which is an experience.
59.
Yeah. I mean, this is the perfect way for Conterman to sign off with a really good, strong performance. Just keep that confidence overnight.
60. 84. 180.
He's flowing now. He's in full rhythm. And he'll probably be thinking, why couldn't I have mustered this in the middle portion of the day? Because this was what he was doing at the start.
60.
He came out the traps flying. He stumbled a bit in the middle, but he is finishing off strong.
145. Ryan, you require
he likes the ball, is what I'm
158.
beginning to get from Iron.
58.
57 to get this game won. This would be another game done in quick, rapid fire. Tops, 10s.
37. Ryan, you require 100.
You see top stops coming in here if he doesn't find the 60.
22. Iron, you require 20.
This would be to get the game wrapped up within the space of 7.5 minutes.
Game,
Double
shots,
10 is found for
and the
Iron
match.
Conterman. And it is another quick fire 4-0 win. The last 3 games have gone to the tune of 4-0. In fact, 4 of the last 5 have gone by that particular scoreline. And it's Iron Conterman, this time on the right side of the score, to get the better of Ryan de Vrede by 4 legs to 0, doing so over 93.94 average. He even went for the bullseye in an attempt of a 10-dart leg. He gets the better of de Vrede in their last game of the day. It's going to be a final outing for Chris Lamman, who's been so impressive so far today. He takes on Franz Roach next.
Welcome back. Dominant displays everywhere you look here at the Modus Super Series on Monday. And the last one from the Dutchman, Adrian Konterman, against his fellow Netherlands native, Ryan de Vrede. I'll leave Mason Henry in a moment to reflect on what they've done today, but it seems Konterman managed to arrest his slide and de Vrede didn't. Averages decreasing as the day went on. Chris Landman, though, is looking to carry on riding the wave. A Pro Tour finalist on Saturday, and he's won 4 out of 4, including the last 2 by a margin of 4 legs to nil. He takes on Franz Roerch, who's got the unenviable task of trying to be the first to defeat Landman today. Can he do it? We will find out. And based on what we've seen over the last couple of appearances from Landman, over the next 6 minutes or so. Back to the boys in the box.
Thank you very much, Chris. Well, we've seen so many bagels here today that me and Chris Mason may be able to, in a minute, go off and have a late breakfast.
Sounds good. Could be a plan. Franz is going to need a plan here. As Landman has been at another level. Averaging 96.5 for the day so far. And to look a little deeper,
First leg, it's Chris to throw first.
Of 87.64 his opening match, so that shows you how well he's played since.
Landman has been the man. He's got it done, as Murph said, on the balcony in 6 minutes in his last 2 matches.
45.
There's plenty of things that can take you 6 minutes, but usually finishing off darts matches ain't one of them.
180.
He's trying to have his own competition as to top 10 quickest match times, isn't he?
60.
Not going to be far off, is he?
Still remember that week. Do you remember when Moreno Blom and Danny Lalby were both here?
26.
Yeah, that was super fast.
Effectively, you could boil a kettle before the match, and then by the time it's done, you'll be able to make the perfect cup of tea.
You need the tea bag in the cup longer than that.
100.
Takes you longer to get service at Wetherspoons.
He's down to a finish after 12.
85. Christian required 110. $70.
It's been really impressive as when he has made the odd error, he tidies up very well.
30. Christian required 40.
And that's part of the game that's being brought into play these days as Landman lands the tops to go 1-0 up is sometimes, yes, things will go awry, but how do you clean up afterwards? How do you mop up the mess?
France to throw first.
The best players are able to recycle a mistake very well. I saw a tweet on Saturday about
100.
Chris Landman making a Pro Tour final, and basically it was along the lines of a poor 4 days at Q School doesn't define whether you're a good player or bad player. And I think when you look at the likes of Scott Williams, who did such great work last year, won his tour card outright by being on the top 64 of the Pro Tour because of a good start to his Challenge Tour last year, that even if you don't win a tour card, there's still avenues to have success
60.
within the mainstream PDC system.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first big upset over at that Euro Tour qualifier. Gary Anderson out 6-2 to Jimi Hendrix.
88. $140.
Nowadays, there's more than 128 good players.
Just look at the standard here, and we're not allowed to have tour card holders.
58. Christian required 161. 41. Franz required 170.
fact, that run to the final, actually, in the race to get to the Minehead in the Players'
Required
Championship finals,
120.
puts him 17th for the order of merit, above the likes of James Wade, Simon Whitlock, and Gerwin Price.
60. For Andrew require 100.
Tops.
60.
But not the
Chris
second.
requires 60.
Well, he's giving you a bit of a guide and a route, Chris.
Game shot on the second leg. Chris Landman.
Well, it's 2-0. It's a little bit slower than usual. It's only taken him 4 minutes to win 2 legs. He's actually deviating
Third leg, it's
a
Chris
little
to throw
bit.
first. Game on. $95.
And this is his B game, and he's into the 90s.
30.
He's incredibly dropped just 3
100.
legs all day. The last leg he lost was the second leg of his second game against Ryan de Vrede.
Wowzers. That is dominant.
45.
On 13 legs on the spin.
Jeez.
98.
Off the top of my head, I believe the record's 16. I think it's held by Connor Scutt and Graham Usher.
43.
Doesn't look like Franz is going to get too much out of this one.
60. $95. Chris required 148.
148 for Landman for 3-0. Another one of them. Lees himself, double 14. Oh, he was just a
120.
whisker of a wire away.
$85.
So,
Chris required 28.
He comes back for 3-0. Just a nudge across.
21.
Going to come back. But he's going to come back for 7, which isn't too kind. And so if Roach can find something handy in the
95.
setup
Chris
play, which he
requires 7.
couldn't, it would have just applied a little bit of pressure. 2s. Madhouse.
No score.
And it's the
Franz
first
required
deviated leg in this
108.
match from Chris Landman. But he's going to get away with it. This has been an average wrecking leg.
76.
Well, at least the last couple of
Chris
visits have from
requires
Chris
7.
Landman. Double 2 again.
Game shot.
Double 2 found.
Chris Landman.
And he is 3-0 up on Franz Roach. Again in the blink of an eye. 23 dart leg. Which is his
Fourth leg,
slowest
it's
of the
Franz to
day
throw
by
first. Game on.
some considerable margin. But as far as he's concerned, it's enough to put him 3-0 in the lead. Victories are the utmost importance on a day which he has really dominated
100.
at the Super Series. I say he's just dropped 3 legs for the entirety of the session.
58. $95.
Just look at the determination on his face. Look at the intensity that he gives each and every single dart.
139.
Look at the snarl. Look at the focus.
98. Franz required 167.
We saw some really good stuff from him last time he was here. He was in a really good week with the likes of Leonard Gates, Richard Vainstra, Adam Warner, Nick Kenny.
97.
The latter 3 going on to win PDC Tour cards.
$95. Franz requires 70.
Well, a little bit of hope for Franz. 20 in tops. Oh dear.
30. Chris required 110.
Could be game over. Because he's going to get a dart. At tops.
90.
Just beneath. And so Roach will get an opportunity.
40.
It is just his second dart at double in this match. Needs to move down.
Game shot on the
Down
fourth
and in.
leg. Franz Roach.
But Landman now throwing for the match at 3-1.
It could be just a consolation, that.
Fifth leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
One match start at tops off the back of 110.
100.
Could it just be a trickle into the ocean, or could it be the acorn that plants a tree?
99.
The former.
140.
Well, Em will be hoping he don't have to go chasing waterfalls. If he wins this, he can have a little bit of a
43.
TLC. Bit of R&R.
Bit of R&B.
Great track that is, isn't
91.
it? Another big one was No Scrubs, wasn't it? Scrubs is a guy who thinks he's right. Well, Ammon's been getting everything right so far today.
100. Chris required 170.
Almost apt to finish it off with this.
$120.
Ryan Conterman in the previous match went for a ball when leaving 50. I don't think Conterman's going to do quite likewise.
Chris required 50.
Tops.
30.
Two match darts come and go.
119.
Yeah, 3 in total.
Is he going to get more in this leg? 57's been found.
12 ball.
62. La ball. Not found. And so Lambert comes back for
20.
double 10 to complete a perfect day. And when the land lies on day one, Landman will be at the summit of the Group A table as he gets the better of Franz Roach by 4 legs to 1. He has won all 5 games for the concession of just 4 legs for the entirety of the day. An 83.76 average is actually his lowest average of the day. 4 out of 15 when it comes to the doubles. We've seen some superb stuff from Chris Landman today here at the Super Series, kicking on from that Pro Tour final, which he got to on Saturday evening. He started at the Super Series in superb fashion. And so, one more game left for our opening day's efforts here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It sees Cam Crabtree in action. He takes on Kevin Painter.
Well, just one match left to play on what has been a real manic Monday at the MODUS Super Series. Fast and frantic stuff, and much of the top quality coming from Chris Landman, who has indeed completed a clean sweep in Group A, the Dutchman. Well, his level did drop in the last match, but he won't be worried about that. He got through it with ease, 4-1 against Franz Roach to make it 5 wins from 5. Kevin Painter, his closest rival, has only been beaten by Landman. He's won his 3 games since, and he could still be well in the race, right on the heels of Landman. If he can reverse that result tomorrow, could be looking at those as a top 2. But Cam Crabtree, well, he's run into a couple of really top dollar displays today, and he'll be hoping to end on a high. So without further ado, let's get this final match going. It's Painter versus Crabtree in the company of Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Murph. I don't know about a manic Monday, but it's been a magic Monday for Chris Landman. Absolutely stunning display of darts. And rightly so. Sits at the top of the table and will stay top of the table overnight.
Because no matter what happens, a perfect day means he can't be caught. Kevin Painter can go within 2 points of the summit with victory here against Cam Crabtree, who, despite only picking up 2 points for today, has played some really good stuff. He's had to run into a couple of imperious performances, no less than the Landman 111.33 in his previous matchup.
Well, the consummate 102 was serious
first
enough.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
To walk into
Game
another,
on.
he must be thinking, maybe it's just not my day.
Well, before we get this last match underway, a little bit of a side note for you, because we could be entering record territory, because the
100.
least amount of legs played on a Group A 15-match session is 76 legs. We've played 71 so far today, so a 4-0 victory for whichever player would mean it would set a record of the least amount of legs played.
Who even keeps that information?
100.
I hope you're not getting paid by the hour. Well, you've got to have someone, haven't we, somewhere who's got to crunch the numbers. Our brilliant
100.
Brilliant guru Stefan does a brilliant job of producing this show and making it happen. Him, Bill, James, Joe.
100.
And the team backstage do an excellent job. We actually met them, didn't we, on Saturday night?
We did. We're actually gonna be going out and playing darts. The
145.
MODUS Super Series dart team is going to go on the road, and we're going to find a couple of local pubs that want to take us on for a bit of fun, bit of filming. You're not playing.
73. Can you require
Someone say that's a good
160?
thing.
$100.
So I'm going to have to sit and commentate again.
128.
Oh no, you're definitely playing, mate. We can't not have you not playing.
I'm better at that than I am at pool, to be fair. 56 left. Kevin just confirming with Charlie
88.
Courtevine, our match official,
Can
who
you
will be
require 60?
departing us following this match. We'll have Danny McNamara, the talented Irish referee, back with us on stage tomorrow. Double 18.
42. Kevin, you require 40.
Big error there, missing the big 20.
Game shot on the first leg. Kevin Painter.
1-0 Painter. 16 dart leg. And Crabtree had his opportunity, something
Second
that he
leg,
hasn't
it's
been
Cam
able to
throw
harbour
first.
in
Game
his
on.
previous couple of games, but that's mainly been because of the magnificence of his opponent. I think the one that he'll be disappointed with today in terms of defeat will be
93.
the one that he lost to Franz Roach, because he had opportunities to win that game.
Yeah, that'll be the one that will be on the mind this evening.
57. $58. 95. 44.
It's been a tough day for Cam. He's never really appeared comfortable.
30.
Do you think there's a difference for him this time at the Super Series where, because of what he did before, there's a level of expectation labelled at him that he wouldn't have had prior?
Absolutely.
99.
Well, of course, that comes again with its own pressure. A level of expectation.
$85.
As for Painter, I think regardless of what happens
95.
in this game, he'll be more than happy with his opening day efforts.
Yeah, I mean, 8 points would be a good tally for him.
44. Cam, you require 112.
Like I've said, I knew the only person to beat him is the man on top.
56.
Be happy with this leg so far.
100. Cam, you require 56.
To lower proceedings up. Had a dart at double 18 to
Game
win the
shot on
last
the
leg. He
second
only
leg.
needs one dart
Cam
at tops to win
Crabtree.
this. So, level we are in our final game of the day. One apiece.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
It'll be a case of if Cam loses this, then in terms of the group, he's going to be
100.
crucibled because he'll need snookers.
Definitely be behind the black ball.
134.
I know that feeling. Need a potable first. I've got a feeling that's going to make it as a VT feature, isn't it, at some
140.
point?
Yeah.
I'll make sure I've got some kind of coal or something like that the day you plan to
100.
film the pool match.
$100.
I can imagine Kevin being quite handy with a cue in his hand.
I'm not sure actually if he does enjoy a game of pool or not. I'm not sure. We'll have to find that one out.
59. Kevin, you require 161. $45.
You could just pick up on the microphone, just that little bit of a gasp there from Painter. As if he could have left it much more handy than the 116, which he's
81.
tasked with.
Kevin, you require
And it's a similar
116.
expression from Cam Crabtree, who has left the hinks. One dart. At tops.
$76.
Comes and goes.
Cam, you require
So we're going to see
127.
127 in game. No. So Painter returns for tops, a 2-1.
87. Kevin, you require
Crabtree.
40.
He's there in case he misses.
Game shot on the
If you
third
don't-
leg. Kevin
Deadly
Painter.
on tops. Halfway there.
Fourth leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
Both of Kevin's winning legs on throw are coming in 16 darts.
140. $28.
Well, I know you're heading up to the balcony to speak to Chris Murphy in a few minutes' time about the day's action, but these are the types of days that when you see your standard like this, it's such a pleasure to be
57.
sat in this particular seat.
Yeah, especially that that spell in the middle from Landerman.
96.
Outstanding.
I hope you're enjoying it wherever you are tuning in to us from here at the Super Series. You've been treated to a magnificent day.
119.
Full of tungsten tossing, as Chris Murphy likes to put it.
$100.
And don't forget, you can be here on Saturday night to watch these stupendous darts in action. Scan the tungsten T-Rex. You never know, you might see more than just the
105.
darts on Saturday night.
Yep, let's get it sold out on Saturday.
45. Can you require 80?
We'll be in fancy dress. If you don't do the QR code scanning, head over to dartshop.tv. All the details there on the website of how to get your tickets.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Cam Crabtree.
Tops. Best leg of the match, 15 dart hold.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Alternatively,
Game
it is
on.
dartshop.tv, the place to be to get your tickets for Saturday night at the Super Series. And I know there's a few people coming down on Saturday via Twitter. I know a few are
83.
coming down because Portsmouth are playing at home at Fratton Park on Saturday. Oh no, I'm gonna have to buy the outfit.
100.
Super Saturday, that day at the football, night at the darts.
Win, lose, up the booze. Free drinks for a tenner here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth as well. Great drink deal.
99.
Definitely don't get that at other establishments.
Don't forget to enter our competition
180.
over at MSS Darts on Twitter. All one word.
140.
Competition for the finals night of Champions Week. Bit of a VIP experience. We'll even get you up on the balcony.
85.
Myself, Mason Murph will all be suited and booted. We'll be treated to a Mace special.
I will be in the appropriate attire.
99. Can you require 136?
Another one of them. 88. And that would have been to have added the 136 to the 156 in the collection of big finishes
80.
for Cam Crabtree today. And as a consequence of missing that 88, he may well find himself 3-2 down because Painter should get a dart here at Tots for a 3-2 lead. Up we go. For the other
50.
side. And so Lambert returns for double four.
8.
Kev giving the double a good old stare down. Not going to change anything. That's a wire great if I've ever seen
Game
one.
shot on the fifth
That's
leg.
in. That's
Cam
3-2.
Crabtree.
And Cam Crabtree is a
Sixth leg,
leg
it's Cam to
away
throw
from
first.
victory
Game on.
here against the artist. Put him on to 4 points. It would mean Landman overnight would open up a 4-point lead at the top of the group from Painter and Compterman in second and third.
95.
Crabtree would then be in the middle place in fourth. And then De Vreda and Roch will be both sat fair on 2 points going into
55.
Tuesday moving day here at the MODUS Super Series. A reminder that if you're tuning into us courtesy of the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, thank you very much for doing so. We're going to be exclusively on that platform tomorrow. So please do give us a subscribe to tune in to our live coverage from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And if you do hit that subscribe button, you'll also be able to see other bonus content courtesy of the Super Series. And interviews with James
59.
Richardson and Luke Littler on Saturday night, which will be posting out onto our YouTube channel over the coming days. Also highlights of every single session. So if you're out and about, you're at work or other such things, you can tune in to
59.
highlights from there as well. So plenty of MODUS Super Series related content if you head over to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
45. $100. $118.
He's himself on 184. Couldn't do anything after the slip into the single four of his second dart there.
100.
But he's going to get 6 for the match from 184. Cam Crabtree to seal his second win of the day.
$54.
Just opens up the door for Painter. A score of 54 from his opponent.
85.
He just nudges it open a little bit. For the match and to finish the day off in style. The bull for Crabtree.
105.
To get it done in style, and it wasn't far away.
102.
It wasn't far away at all. For Painter 102 to send us to a decider. We haven't seen many of these today. There's an ironic shout of, was it in? You couldn't believe
86.
the wild trajectory of that second dart.
Can you require 25?
So 25 for 25 for Cam Crabtree to get the game won. 2 darts at double 8. And it sneaks into the bottom corner.
Cam Crabtree.
And Cam Crabtree gets the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 2. He finishes off the day with 2 wins. He had to come up against some stiff opposition. Kevin Painter, 3 wins from his day. He's going to be second in the table overnight here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But day 1 is all about Chris Landman, the Dutchman. Perfect record for his opening day. And we're going to talk all about that now up on the balcony where Chris Mason is alongside Chris Murphy.
Always all about Chris here at the MODUS Super Series. Henry, you know that, but certainly is today, isn't it? Chris Landman with an absolutely stellar showing off the back of that Pro Tour run at the weekend. Just shows you what a bit of confidence can give you, because some of the levels he was playing at today, we've not seen from him before. And in the middle of the day, he was outstanding. Well, let's take a look at the league table. Just confirmation of that brilliant display from Landman. 10 points from a possible 10. And interestingly, it just got even better for him there, didn't it, with Kevin Painter getting beaten in that last match, 4 points adrift. Yeah, it was a chance for Kevin to close the gap, which I think he was so disappointed with the performance in the end there. But it keeps Cam Crabtree in the mix. He can certainly put a shift on tomorrow and try and close that gap. And you know, if Crabtree tomorrow can possibly do what Painter's done today and win 3 of the 5, gets him up to 10 points, he's right in the mix. Word for Ryan Conterman too in between them. Lost 4-0 twice, still ended with a positive leg difference. Yeah, incredible, isn't it? And his performance against Cam Crabtree has to be mentioned. 102 average. He showed the levels that he can play at. Yeah, really good stuff today. The action will continue tomorrow. Don't forget that we are exclusively on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel tomorrow, usual time, 9:30 a.m. But on day 1 here in Group A at the Super Series, well, it was Mr. Sandman living the dream.
Series.